Oi, oi, Flat Earth British, Martinliedtke speaking. Double flat thumbs to infinity, thrice forever, and welcome back to Flatterday. I can hardly contain my happiness right now. All the gang is in, buzzing, in the house, and ready for a splatter day, which you're going to get, by the way. It's going to be a fab night tonight. Lots going on tonight. Lots been going on this week. Audio sounds fab. How are you all doing? Right. Did you miss me? Yeah, right. So I'm live on the Celtic Totalian channel and the Martinliedtke channel. We're going to have a fantastic night tonight. It's going to be exquisite. It's going to be funny. It's going to be mind-blowing. And it's a game of two halves, because the second half of this show, I've got an interview that I'm going to play with a YouTuber by the name of Watersabove Crypto. So we had a nice chat. His name's Jordan, and I thought there was a bit of synchronicity with his name being Jordan and me going on about the Jordan River and the Jordan archaeological site in Georgia, Petra, for weeks previous to meeting him. And he's like, I thought, maybe a synchronicity. It was a synchronicity. We got on famously. It's 2.5 hours of that, and I will play it a bit later. Okay. He's wide awake. He's not actually putting himself in the camp of flat Earth, but that's his business. But that is not a necessity to label yourself. He's more of a simulation man, a realmian, as I am myself, because it is a realm. Right, let's welcome a few of you. You're dead excited. 176 of you. No, I've had some serious complaints about my bad language. Okay, so I'm going to try and knock that in the head. I'm going to try and stop saying okay. All right. And as for my blasphemy, well, we'll just have to see. Okay. But what I just said, actually, just go with it. So you happy to see me? Can you share this out and all of that, please? If you have the ability to share this out, can you? Because I'm literally like, can't even get on the Martinliedtke channel outside of my mobile device. I'm literally shadow banned on my computer from Facebook, Instagram, and my own channel on YouTube, which makes everything most difficult. So they really are strangling my ability to share anything. At one time, maybe 2 months ago, I could have reached 100,000 people in an hour. Now, that's gone because they've like literally realized that and got rid of my ability to do so. So please do share this out. Right, let's welcome you all in. Now, if you were here a month ago and you're not here now, but you are watching, join the chat. Okay, Martin loves you all. It doesn't matter to Martin. Come back. Okay, so Mark Whitehall, thank you, Mark. Don't change too much. Well, there's not much chance of that. We'll have a word with God later. Apparently, I'm on probation for the next 300 years, but that's all right. I'm good with that. Rizzy Truth, good to see you. He's buzzing about Flatterday. Says he'd been missing it drastically. JTK's World, the best to all. Indeed, well said. Tony Sachs, good to see you, Tone. What's happening, my friendage? And there he is. There he is, Jordan. Right. So we're going to hear probably about 2 hours plus of me and Jordan talking about everything. Very philosophical. He's very, very awake. Okay, guys. So this goes quite deep. Okay, it was a really, really good chat. So that'll be later. But first, we're going to have a little chat about what my findings are and what I'm up to, which is quite a bit, actually, guys. So worldwide ghosts. Ooh. Isn't it funny when you think about ghosts, you feel all spooky, like, and then you feel all like there's ghosts happening. That just proves that we manifest our reality, doesn't it? So, Maggie Lass, hi Martin, hi everyone from Oklahoma. Oklahoma. No, don't break out into song. Not this early in the show. A bit later, maybe. Anyone who knows me know that I indiscriminately break out in song now and again. Don't I, Mel? It's really annoying, isn't it? Bill, good to see you. Fucking love you, brother. How you doing, mate? Fucking keeping a mental eye on you, mate. Keeping a mental eye on you. Mac Trom, good to see you. Always lurking. Yeah, if you are lurking, join the chat. I'd be really happy to see you all, guys. Honestly, the gang's here. It's fucking awesome. Feels absolutely gorgeous. It really fucking does. Makes me want to cry. Esoteric Gardening. Hope to hook up with you one day as well. Brian Evans. No. Brian, who's my Welsh broski, and he's from Llanelli. Beautiful sounding name, isn't it? It's a beautiful town as well, Tatarian town, in Wales land, where I am from. Brian is one of us. And we love Brian. And I met Brian, okay, and he is fantastic. He's unwell. So he needs our prayers and our positive input and our positive vibes at him to make him feel more magical and epic than he actually really is, which he already knows, which is super fantastic for the healing process. But let's all show him how much we care, okay, guys? We love you, Brian. Okay. You're fucking fantastic. You're strong and you're a warrior for God. Yeah? Don't get better than that, brother. Just don't get better than that. So, yeah, word from Jordan later. I think I'm going to cry. Nora, yeah, she said make her blue. I think that was meaning you wanted a wrench, isn't it? Okay, I did that. I had to reset mods after everyone went double psycho on my fucking ass, but it's all better now. Zachary Kyle, TikTok. I don't really do TikTok. I noticed they jump in on the Tatarian band fucking wagon late in the day, aren't they? At 11 o'clock, aren't they? With their official versions of it all. There's loads of them official versions trying to grab the narrative of this, you know. Well, good luck with that, because it's in fucking year. So, Lizzo French, click my list, my unfortunately, there's another thing that I was going to stop on the internet. My Zippo is broke. Yeah, I've got a Welsh clipper. Okay. A little Welsh flag on it. Cymru Bath. Forest watered. All of this borders and all of that is bullshit. I'll tell you something, though, that's really sort of got my spider senses tingling. Lusky, thanks, lovely. There you are. America will take 30% of that. The fuckers. Tax. I had a call last night. I've been trying to get hold of a friend of mine that basically lives in the Ukraine, in Kiev. He's a German chap. Who I've known years, and got cut off. I've been Skyping him, and I was worried. I was worried about him. He's got a 4-year-old kid. I was worried about him and his family. And I got hold of him yet last night and had a Skype call with him. And he told me the story of what happened to him in Ukraine. It was like a Hollywood blockbuster. I can't believe what happened to that man. And the stories he told me of his friends. This shit's a fucking nightmare, guys. Oh. That might be the only time that I maybe swear in this. Might. So he got out day one, being a German. He went out on his veranda, which overlooks the river in Kiev, for a splifferoonie. Then the aircraft sirens, or the 4-minute warning, started. Then he said he heard the loudest explosions that he's ever heard in his entire life in the distance. And the sky was lighting up. Goes in his house. He says to his wife, grab everything. We're fucking going now. He wasn't aware of what was going on. He checks on the media lines because the information is sketchy, but he sees this column of tanks. And then he used the artillery. Thought, shit, it's a bit early in the day for artillery fire, constant artillery fire, massive artillery fire. So with the column of tanks, the artillery fire, the 4-minute warning going off, and all of the explosives dropped, he had to get out. Soon as he got in the car and got out of the city, traffic, everyone was fucking bouncing. Exactly. Did I swear? Everyone was bouncing at exactly the same time. He ended up in the middle of a nightmare experience. He ended up having to stay in the car one night, then eventually finding somewhere to stay, a hotel near an airport. He says to his wife, we can't stay here. My spidey senses are tingling. We got to get out of here. And they packed up and just left with nowhere else to go. And maybe an hour or so after they left the airport was taken out and bombed by the Russians. So he just escaped with his life over and over again. He got out of the country safe. He's in Austria, so I'm really grateful that he's safe. But I'm telling you what, guys, that shit's fucking real. Some bad things going on over there from what I've been told, guys. And that's firsthand. Somebody who's there, not on the media. Okay. So, His Highness, good to see you. Bandana, are you lovely? What's happening? There's always something struggling through. Anyway, so I'm busy. I've got a couple of projects on the go, really, really interesting projects. Apart from all that stuff that's ongoing in the Czech Republic, like the most mind-blowing megalithic sites you can even imagine, better than anything you can imagine in Pumapunko, for example. And I am not even joking. So that is on the cards in the future. But plans for a book preserve in the future, in the near future, I'm thinking about. But in the last week or so, I've been working on a very important project, which will eventually be my gift to you all, meaning humanity. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's hope it's soon. In the meantime, tonight's vlog. Okay, Medusa. She got a head full of serpents. Perseus, in Greek mythology, had to like literally cut her head off because if she stares at you, you turn to stone. Just like the ELO song, Turn to Stone. What we're going to look at is some stuff that I have found concerning Medusa. I've covered a little bit about Medusa, but not what I'm going to basically unlock for you right now. And we're going to look into the prospect of some of the classical statues, the most famous ones like David, for example, could be petrified humans by, or if they are human, by Medusa effect. I will give you the reasons for why as I give you a rundown on this post. Now, the clues are through the different styles of sculpture. We can't do what they were doing in the Renaissance period and just after, post-Renaissance. The level of sculpture and art in anything up to the early 1700s is just mind-blowing, as I will show you through the evidence of photorealism, and this stuff is amazing. This will blow your fucking mind out. Did I swear? I'm not going to be able to do it, okay? Just letting you know right here, right now, 300 review. I did try, okay? And then we're going to look at the, the fact that they tried to replicate this stuff in the neoclassical era, which is from the early 19th century onwards, where they just tried to replicate this Venetian architecture, sculpture and art, and just couldn't pull it off. And even in contemporary times now, they are trying to achieve some of these veiled statues that we know so well, and some of these images of ladies with dresses and material all in lines folding, which is really impossible. They try to replicate that now in contemporary times, but you will see that it is not touching it. It is without any soul. It's without any presence and without any feeling. Some of the art that I will be showing you of the photorealistic stuff invokes human emotion. Some of these paintings will draw you to tears. Some of this stuff will make you feel. Okay. And I will juice it up with a bit of quality everything. Okay. Along the way, then later, after we've looked at some flawless art, we're going to look at not too blasphemous, because I'm not doing that with my life at the moment. Well, we'll see. Comedy sesh. You're looking forward to that? It's not rude. Okay. It's got a religious overtone. Thought you might be interested in that. And then later on, we're going to have a good old hangout then with friend Jordan, who's got a really cool channel, actually. He's got like 35,000 subscribers. And he had a live event last night. And he had tons in his chat feed, like 300 plus in his chat feed. He has big chat feeds. And does all philosophical, brain splurts like myself as well. Okay. Welsh Warrior, give me a sticker. I don't even know what a sticker is for 50 quid. Fuck me. I fucking love you, Welsh Warrior. See, this is why, let me just say, right, Welsh tourist boards are shit, yeah? Wales is fantastic. Would you tell everybody, please, so they all come? I love Cardiff. It's so ethnic-y. That's what I missed when I was in the Czech Republic. I am Kyrios. It's like nationalities. That's why the one cool thing about this place. Because what's happening? Calibruv, Eddie Kazi. I was going to say Kowalski. I don't know why I got Kowalski. That's Brian's fault earlier mentioning Kowalski ripping across America. But who's going to stop him? Spirit levels. Nice one, Welsh Warrior. I know. I was really fucking kind for. Thanks, man. Gareth Atkinson. And Dick. I know. Nice. Got to say nice like that. Gavstar. Gavstar Ledge. Good to see you, my friend. That's lovely. Blackbeard. Right, we're going to get stuck into some juice very shortly. Make sure if you do share this out, if you can, if you have the ability, 359 of you watching in total. I'm live also on the Celtic channel, trying to watch both while I've got the inability to actually switch channels on my computer, which is a real shit. I swear. Oh, dear, 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 dear. He's trying, though. We've got to give him that, haven't you? Forest Wardener, laughs are priceless. Yeah, well, out of that. Rona wank. That's swearing. Is not needed anymore for me to make everybody feel all right and all of that. Because, like, a monkeypox, and I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. It's not a real thing. It won't be going nowhere. More likely to lay waste to Europe, though. They did that 70 years ago. And that is usually on the cards after a pandemic. Just saying. Rob, good to see you. Violet Rose. Fucking wicked. Get a boat. Watching bombs drop from out in the North Sea. Be brilliant. Catch crabs. Not like literally. Violet Rose. Sophie Sanetti. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. I won't sing that. No, don't sing that song, man. Okay. Gareth, good to see you. 7th Son. Right, let's get stuck in. Flower Express. Okay, 7th Son. Oi, good to see you. Sunflower. All right, then. Right, we're going to get stuck in. Like I said, if you're lurking, get in chat. Get in the famous Flat Earth British chat and enjoy yourself and have a flat day with all your friends, okay? And tell Brian how much you love him, okay? What about lobster pox? Oh, I've had all the coronas. I have. No, I have. I've had them all. I've even had COVID. Fucking toe sneezed all day. It was awful. What's up, Martin? Happy to hang out with you. I'm happy to be here as well. There you are. Martinliedtke, almost sane, back on it. Paul Cookage, Easy Dread, and Darby Jack, and Adele Gibbs. Is that Adele? Oh, I thought it was the Adele then. She might be a fan, though. You know, the replacement one, not the old one, obviously. So, Hugh, Freddie, Charlie's, John. Right, let me blow your heads off. Let's go and find some stuff to blow your heads off. Got it all ready here. Let's share screen. So, we're going to go through, I'll walk you through it, all the transitions in stone. Some of the insights of these are truly big questions on some of these, especially these neoclassical works, but they are the 1800s. But the quality is exceptional. You know, some of the neoclassical artworks of the pre-Raphaelites, like Waterhouse, these look like photographs. The people are so lifelike. It is scary. But some of the earlier photorealism paintings of the Renaissance period always stick in my mind from my visits to the museum, where I would just stare up at the paintings, wondering at the Renaissance paintings, how the eyes had film over them, and they looked like they were literally alive with the water in their eyes. Always got me, that did. And you'll see why. How to bring people to life in art. Now, sit comfortably, and I'm going to take you on a crazy ride. Enjoy. It will be fun. It will be beautiful. We do like classy stuff on Flat Earth British. Okay, so we're going to do that. Even though I swear and stuff, we do like it nice. We like to play nice too. Okay, 400 of you, stonking super great. Smashing super great will go what you would have won. Let's get stuck in with the information. Now, when I was in Europe recently, in Czech Republic, all over Prague, you've seen the Medusa. The Medusa. Here's Perseus. He's had to chop her head off, but he can't like literally get close to her. He's got to use a shield. He's got to use a shield. Now, I'm not thinking they're actually meaning like the shield as in a round steel thing, you know, or metal thing. I'm thinking more in the lines of electronic shielding. Now, the Medusa, okay, was actually a woman of some beauty, apparently. And when he chops her head off, you get all of these, especially on this artwork in Florence, you got all these like sinews and entrails. But I can't help thinking that it looks like it's a robot. Like all of this. It's like, you know, not as if we've like chopped any monsters with snakes on their heads off and had to look what their, you know, their entrails look like. But I'm just saying. Now, I want to vote. It's 344 of you there now. Who thinks, right? I'll show you a couple more images. It's so spooky, and I do not believe in coincidences. I don't think they're actually a thing. That is Elvis Presley. No, the Medusa is Elvis Presley. Yeah, he never left the building. Is that fruit? She's keeping fruit in her hair. Let's feed the snakes. So there you are. So with you know, some of our findings in the past with the greatest secret never told, we surmised that the serpent was code for EM or electromagnetics. Now, I said no. I don't believe in coincidences, as I said, and in the modern day, there is a Medusa machine. I shit if you not. And guess what it is? Ask Elvis. So that's not Elvis Presley then, is it? Well, it must be just me then. It looks exactly like Elvis Presley. The lips, the nose, the eyes, the shape of the face. That's Elvis Presley, yo. Perseus killed Medusa Elvis. But there is a different interpretations. She had a bad day. Perseus chopped her head off. He went in close. He had special shields in. So it's the elites, isn't it? They're trying to tell us that in the ancient times, they had EM technology. Far superior technology than what they got today. This is Benini's effort of the Medusa, the Gorgon. She doesn't look all that happy in this one, but, you know, and an iconic image. I wonder why Perseus gets wings on his hat. You know, Mercury gets like little wing boots, doesn't he? He actually fly because he's like not full mortal, is he? Full god. But anyway, they chose to help him. The gods stared fondly upon him. Anyway, so the Medusa weapon is a thing today. I've covered it in the past. The Medusa weapon is existing in the real world. They are telling us. So what is in the real world? Well, it's an electromagnetic weapon, obviously, like it was in the ancient world. Medusa, mob access deterrent using silent audio, is directed energy non-lethal weapon. A fasces, a non-lethal version. Okay, a direct energy weapon, guys, which I've been talking about for nearly 5 years now. So there are images I will show you, but let's have a little look about what weapon did Medusa have? Medusa was beheaded by the Greek hero Perseus, who then used her head, which retains its ability to turn onlookers into stone. So he kept her head and used her as a weapon. Very cunning. As a weapon until he gave it to the goddess Athena to place on her shield. Now, I didn't know that. So they kept her head as a weapon because it is a weapon. Interesting. So there you are. The military use it. The Medusa, which stands for Military Energy Department, United States of America, is ground-based quantum energy weapon controlled by artificially intelligent computer systems. Mortal Engines was a good film. as soon as that came out, everyone in the world contacted me. Martin, there's Antiquitech all over this film. They've got a London on a train. All excited. Well, Mortal Engines had a Medusa. They've got pictures of it. It's a giant laser gun, basically. It looks exactly like a Fasces. It's a direct energy, non-lethal weapon designed by blah, blah, blah. Okay. So it exists in the modern day as a weapon. They use it for crowd control. If I just show you, excuse me, if I just show you here, I got a version here. This is my series. If you never watched it, this was on, if you don't know and you're new to my channel, which loads of you are, and the people who are coming over from Jordan's channel, the Watersabove us. I did a series years ago, and this was a synopsis of it, The Holy Grail of the Great Reset. Well, that's the book that I named after this series, where I covered energy weapons, where I covered these, the Medusas, which will burn under your skin. It is a wave penetrates the skin to 1/64th of an inch, causing a feeling similar to being on fire. And they're using them for ground control. There's similar tech outside of shops to get rid of rowdy teenagers in a dinner hour. If you're adult, you can hear this sound. The 16-year-olds or whatever can. Really weird. Pain without injury, the active denial system deters attackers by sending a non-lethal millimeter wave of electronic energy, causing a burning sensation. So basically, when it hits you, this wave, you just got to run. Otherwise, you feel like you're on fire. They got it. They're using it. They use it for ground control. Now, in this series, on the Celtic Tatarian channel, my other channel with like 30,000 subscribers, there is 1,200 videos. Now, somebody was in my comments yesterday. Obviously, I blocked them instantly, saying, "Oh, fuck me. All this Antiquitech and all of that, you've just nicked off all the other channels." Like, I couldn't even be bothered explaining that this has been up here for fucking years, and you're all it. Cheek. Anyway, so I talk about organs. Organs are pipes all bundled together. They give off a vibration, which is good for your organs. And they put them in the churches, and they are plowed through, as you know by now, somatic window and blasted out into, the church. And Gotek. So we have surmised that batons, sabre that are given to generals, scepters, which has a large diamond as like a, point for like a laser. The Queen's crown and the Queen's orb are all them rubbing our faces in it for superior technology, Phoenician technology of the past. God tech, like that. Okay, and then I talk about San Francisco, which we're going to have a little clue about later on in this post. I think you're going to like. And the wildfires, so they say, in Paradise, which wipe everything out, leaves trees, etc., which really does, show the evidence really of energy weapons, and also the place where no planes hit. Okay, now that it was in the past. Now, photorealism. Could it be possible that this technology to turn people into stone was used maybe as a way of making them eternal? Maybe it was a sick thing that they did. We will make you eternal, and then they turn you to stone. This is the Egyptians, and they've put, I guess, Lazarus, I'm not sure, but glass eyes in this pharaoh, which gives it an uncanny lifelikeness. And this is supposed to be, I'm not sure if it's early kingdom, but, a long time ago, apparently, according to the official narrative, but eerily lifelike. And I don't actually like it looking at me, how they catch the gaze, it's just spooky. I bet if you've seen that in real life, it would be mesmerizing. So they can imitate life in form and consciousness in form in the past, and they can't do it later. That's the difference, and I'll explain as I'm going. So some of these cemetery artworks, this one's really interesting. This is supposed to be a young David. Do you notice he's got the Wonder Woman thing on his head? Check out Wonder Woman. She's got exactly the same thing with stars on. It's definitely Lady Liberty or a Babylon analogy. And some of the cemetery art, this one's in Russia, and this is, stone, not a photograph. It's stone. What the message is, I don't know. Probably about the absurdity of life. I'll have a word with God later anyway. I'm gonna have, a word about having to come back over and over again doing this silly shit. I'm not really into it. I know apparently I signed up somewhere, but I can't really take that back apparently. So just gotta go with it. We'll have a word with God later, see what he says. So the Temple of the Mind. It's a nice little contemporary piece, but it gets you, thinking. Got me thinking anyway. Oh, so David has a wasp on his knee. On his knees. Where are you from? No City. So David is a really unusual story, isn't it? He's got a sling. He takes out a giant, but he has to be a giant as well. So this must be another big giant, Goliath. And then he sort of, hits him out with a sling. What kind of sling was that? And then chops his head off later or what have you. But we're talking about technology, and I think that might be something to do with the real David. All of these Bible characters, the Vatican got in the Vatican. See this poor boy? Yeah? He looks like he's human, and he's been caked in stone. Set in stone. The meaning of the phrase set in stone means unmovable for eternity. Set in stone. Bit like my stubborn attitude. Set in stone. These... No, that's not a baby. This is a contemporary realism artwork of a baby. You get adults too. I've shown some before. It is uncanny that they can do this. This artist, I think he's a French guy by the look of his name. He could be Belgian, I guess, but he makes them in miniature, and he makes them that you cannot tell them apart from human beings. It's spooky. So they're doing stuff like that in the contemporary times. You can also catch photorealism by expert photography and catching shadow. Okay. Now, this is a statue in a church, yet it looks like a photograph. It looks like that's alive. Just from photography. Photorealism. Now, they must have known about that when they were creating these. I'm just wondering, like, if you're chiseling this out of stone, how do you get up under here, under the veil? How do you what is this veil? Maybe 5 millimeters less thick? How do you get up under it and chisel it without breaking the veil? And photorealistic artworks. This is by a Russian artist of the 1700s by the name of Govorik Karilev. And he captured realism in paintings. I find it uncanny that they catch this glaze in the eyes and just bring it to life like, that's been painted. For fuck's sake, I just... blows my mind. And you get a lot of these that you see with reliquary, and they literally are eerily lifelike. I always see them in tears, because anything to do with the church and religion is always like, oh, whoa, let's have a big cry about everything, like a big bunch of saps. Why? I don't even know. Oh, can we get somebody to do everything for us? Maybe we should call upon our Lord. Maybe. But she looks human, looks like she's gone in the vat. Carry on screaming. Here's another Renaissance artwork of realism. Certainly fantastic. Be really cool to be a good artist. My friend in chat, cheers, a superb artist. No, else you can do stuff like this. Look at this. Look at the eyes. So I'm guessing if you're good at art, to capture consciousness or capture, part of the person's personality, Look at the eyes. That looks like a photograph. How they capture that? How they capture the blue? So lifelike, isn't it? So they're doing this sort of thing in the Renaissance period. They look like photographs. Now, there is lots of questions about the Renaissance artworks, about the incredible thinness of the paints. You know, there's supposed to be somebody sitting there mixing up pots of red ochre, and the colours all expanded as they got on in time, and then they could come up with these fantastic artworks, apparently, and capture water on the eye. Lifelike, just like a photograph, but Renaissance artwork. Uncanny. Shadows as well can make you think that it's a photograph. What's the date there? 1802. Oh, is that a B? That could be the artist then. And pre-Raphaelites with, whoa, what arm has he got on? What is there any need for the Madonna nipple suit? Oh, be brave. Be brave. Go out there. I will. I'm too brave to spare the women and children, is what he said to her. Oh, she's got a lisp. She's got a bit of a problem. Down below. We've all seen how that goes down. Anyway, so onward. Flawless art. Now, I'm going to come back a minute because I need to do something. And I want to check everybody is still around. 500 of you. Right. We're going to look at some flawless art now. And the idea of some of these could actually be human beings, but you've got to dig that some of this stuff must be put, or a technology that we have not got today. Because in contemporary times and in the, as I said, the neoclassical times, which is in the like 19th century, starts around, I guess, I don't know, 1840, something like that, till later, they can't replicate none of that stuff from the old days. Same with the furniture. You got a Chippendale piece of furniture. Literally, people get killed for that shit. This furniture's worth everything to these people, and the artworks as well. But they are using artworks as a currency, I've been told, in trafficking and stuff. And they tell about it in films as well. Now, have you seen the new Superman film? No, I don't watch movies. I pick them apart for Illuminati coding, obviously. Have you seen it? Right. Well, it's a multi-dimensional thing. Okay, so there's loads of different Spider-Mans, and they all show up, even the Tobey Maguire one. So he's not banned from Hollywood. And basically, they go through this mirror realm, which he creates, Doctor Strange. And they literally show all skyscrapers from the top up, just turn into mud. And then they show you like Arizona landscape or Grand Canyon landscape out of cities. They show you in the movie. And I'm like, that's the first time I've ever seen that. I've seen a few analogies to it, like in the film Oblivion with Tom Cruise. You've seen that? Or in, Planet of the Apes, when Statue of Liberty's up to its chest on the beach and Charlton Heston does a no moment, doesn't he? Yeah, it's a bit uncalled for no moments, aren't they? Maybe not. Have you ever done one? No, because they're not real, are they? They're Hollywood. I know. So, flawless art. We're going to have it with a bit of musical accompaniment. It's going to be beautiful. It's only going to be for 10 minutes or so. Then we're going to skid through to some giggles, squeeze through to some other stuff or world pictures, etc. And then we're going to have Jordan up to have a chat with. You looking forward to that? It's good, isn't it? Okay, then. Make sure to share this up, please, if you would. And it is really, really good to be back. It's been fucking mental for so long. It's just you lot are fucking just absolutely fantastic. What a blessing. And as I said, if you are lurking, come back. I just want all of this group all happy and supporting one another like they were before it all went fucking double fucking mental. Right. I got shared volume. Okay, back to the juiceage. Now, flawless statues. Now, I've covered many. Some of these, or a lot of them, I got literally thousands, but these you may not have seen before. This is the post-classical era. This would have been knocked up somewhere in the 1800s. They tell us. We have no evidence of this, but it is flawless artwork from marble, etc. But it's got nothing on a classical work. For an example, any Bernini or Michelangelo's works, you see the veins, you can see the muscles, the contours. It's just a completely different realm. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry, little cherub Anoush. Are you crying? Lindsay, tell it not to cry. This one is, do you recognize this at all? What about Babylon? AKA Lucifer, AKA Statue of Liberty. Many, many names. Bit of a rotter. Causes all sorts of trouble in this realm. Has to go. But flawless art. So I wonder with your chisel how you get the eyebrow. And I wonder with the chisel how you get the individual hairs. I wonder if you get the lace. I wonder if you get the veil at whatever thickness this is without actually smashing it. There's another technology going on, guys. And I would propose that a lot of this art that they attribute to the 1800s, 1700s is earlier old world art. You can, age this stone. You can, put it under dendrochronology or find out how old this stone actually is. Again, neoclassical theme, but nothing on a Bernini. The form is okay, it's human-like, but not like the Phoenician sculptures. They lack the hairs, they lack the muscle, they lack the, they even put blemishes, like where the people would have had blemishes on the classical pieces, which really leads me to think that these were human. Cemetery pieces. Some of them I've looked at so many pieces and they are eerie. They are spooky. They look like they're people. And then in a cemetery, how do we know what they were doing in the past? Look how messed up it is now what they're doing, guys. Yeah, you don't know what they were doing in the past. What about her? How do you even conceive that sculpture? Oh, well, that sculpture's consciousness was something else. Again, with a neoclassical theme, but not pulling it off, not got the form, not got the presence, and it's not moving in the same way as unclassical themes like this, for example. Here's Perseus, and he's going to chop the head off the Gorgon, who in this case has wings and massive bazoomas. Have you noticed? Now, this is a contemporary piece. You can see that they knock these up and they're trying to do what they were doing with the, the gowns sticking to the body to give form, and then all the wrinkles like it's underwater. Yeah. The wet look. It's like a wet t-shirt competition without the wet t-shirts. And so they're not really pulling it off. It looks nothing like the Veil Beauties or these other art pieces. It looks good, but it's nowhere near it. It lacks the soul. So they can't pull it off in the 1800s. They can't pull it off in contemporary times. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful, beautiful art piece. Yeah, I do love walking a foreign cemetery as well. You get absolutely stunning art pieces in some of these continental cemeteries. So yeah, the veil. Now we've seen it, the veil of Christ we've looked into. And this veil, again, ghostly. Again, what are they telling us with this veil? And why is it transparent? How are they even pulling that off? And there are so many. There's Teresa in the veil, Mary in the veil. So I put it forward some time ago that, is this shrink-wrapped humans where they've just literally instead of putting the murder plastic down, just stick some cling film over their face and fucking asphyxiated them. Because that is exactly what it looks like, doesn't it? In some sort of, you're soon to be stone. That's your penalty, Lady Marlborough, for being such a greedy shit. And they want you to think about mortality all the time, don't they? They scare you with, that's how they do it. They just got everyone scared of death. even though no one even knows if they're alive. They don't even know what reality is. They don't even know where life came from. They don't know anything about reality. We know zip about reality, but we're learning. We're learning that we're baby gods. We're learning that we have the ability to shape this place, to make this place, to be this place. Works two ways. But that's what they want. We're blind. We're blind. We're motionless. Our souls are not here. Our physical bodies are fucking just tormented through the whole time here. That can't be right, can he? Look at this. Again, you see these Phoenicians going up the architecture, but we're only half with form. You know, they're not fully, you know, human. It's like she's coming out of the waves. You see this a lot, half formed. I think there's a clue. And I've seen this lady all over antiquity, the same face. She reminds me of someone. She's got the grapes in her hair. It's the whole Bacchusite look. That's neoclassical 1800s, as is this. They're big on mermaids. So it was big on the Phoenician thing. So they can pull off quite good with marble in modern day, but not like the classical works. Which lead me to think, like this Bernini, that there is something else definitely going on. Transparent stone that the light shines through because it's that thin. And they say that they use copper chisels. Okay, whatever. So this is a later piece. You can see by the glaze. If you smashed that, you would probably find all sorts of aggregate, etc. inside. It's not like we can break open, you know. This is a copy of that Perseus Gorgon statue. So it's got a hole in that one. Not too happy about having her head shut off. There's that same lady, same face as the one I just showed you with the grapes over its head in that beautiful porcelain, whatever it was. Same face, same person. See it over and over again. I'm sure these Phoenicians are some sort of family. And they're always going on about love and being in love and all of that. They're a very lovey bunch, aren't they? And there's the classical world for a comparison. It's fantastic compared to now. Transparency, form, and it was all lost, same as the architecture. I think that they could pull off some of this groovy architecture if they really put their mind to it, but they don't want to. So here's a later neoclassical piece, and it's had a bite taken out of it, almost as if, you know, crocodile or something has bit it. Looks like teeth. It's like, don't know what's happened, but inside is curious. Got metal, what looks like large bits of wood. So wood, metal, and all sorts of aggregate. It's not curious for the insides of a statue. So I'm trying to work out the process of which this was rebab, yeah, spirit levels, but with the wood as well. So, you know, I'm trying to work out the process of, you know, it must have been just poured and dipped at the end. The outside looks quite thin, doesn't it? It's probably done in layers, maybe 3D printed. Maybe all of this was 3D printed. Check this. This is an architectural piece, but I guess got like a bit of a 1920s theme. But weird, isn't it? It's like he's coming undone in the Matrix. It's discombobulating. So Zeusage, aka Godage, aka all of them, whoever, whatever, is having 40 winks. He's literally, even though he's a god, he's dropped off. Doesn't look real. Doesn't look like he's having a kip. Look at his hand. Isn't it real? See? It looks like a photograph, except for the beard, of a dude. That is your classical architecture and, sculpture compared to this. Lifeless, soulless, but flawless form. There's pieces of the Later Renaissance with their crazy hairdos. This one looks like it's porcelain. A beautiful, exquisite piece, nevertheless. So, holding the foot, on a sculpture, and, the effort, the foot, why would you even go to that effort? And the toe, the way it swells if you grab it, and, it's just, everything was put in that foot, and that is genius. That is fantastic. Here again. Completely different. All of this flowing. They cannot do any of this. It's all lost. Look how thin this looks, this cloth with lace. How thin would that be? Millimeters thin. It's made of stone, guys. How is that even humanly possible? And again, and that is actually stone. Right. Fair lady is stone. And I know it looks like cling film, doesn't it? Because the way it's reflecting the light, it literally looks like she's got cling film over her head because of the transparency of the stone. It's a very genius technique. I don't even know. I've seen a lot of these Phoenician door supports in the last couple of weeks, or a week or two ago when I was in Czech Republic in Prague. So a Cherubinowski, somebody's giving it a little crown and a bit of a love heart thing. And is it blowing you a kiss? I think it's blowing you a kiss. See, they're not all bad. Oh. She looks like she's really cheesed off with it all. They do these statues. You don't get, this one's, I was going to say they all look a bit grumpy. She looks like she's like, what's she thinking looking to the left? Christ, styles have changed so much since my day. Probably. Stop in the name of stone. So she looks literally proper stoned. That's beautiful. Look at that. Cemetery piece. So this is a photorealistic art piece. I was really intrigued about her necklace. That's exactly what my son makes. This is that copper stuff, like orgonite jewelry. Yeah, and this is like a really old photograph. I'm guessing she's got like the flowers, maybe the Bacchusite thing going on in her hair. I can't really tell, but that would really intrigue me. This copper amulet thing that everyone seems to be making in this day and age. Farah Forsyth Majors modelled once in the Renaissance period for a sculpture. No, she never. But isn't that beautiful? Again, with the hair, how do they do it with the stone? The hair hanging down, it's just the shadow. Oh, God. I don't know. Blows my head off. So she's having a little pray. It's advisable. Good, good. It's good to see. Oh, that's an unusual stone. Oh, like weird aggregate in it. There's a round bit in it there. He's not coming back, love. Get on with it. Fuck, some people. And this is literally not a photograph of a woman. This is stone. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Hard to believe. So beautiful. So beautiful. Right. 2 secs. I'm going to come back a second. Because something I wanted to do, which was very, very nice for you all, I didn't do. Excuse me. I'm just checking 540 of you watching there on Flat Earth British. Right. Now, what I want to do is play a little tiny bit of music to share the rest of these pictures. Nora knows a lot about that. Hate it when it happens. Right. Okay. That's much better. I'm happy with that. Okay. Oh, right, there you are. That's better. Oh, nothing like a good cobweb in a cemetery statue, is there, guys? Be better if it was a dewy morning. Not a dewy morning. I said dewy morning. There she is again. Just to prove that it is stone. God. Be really confused if you was tripping or drunk in the morning. Excuse me, madam. You've got a light. Selfish. She's ignoring me. So, some of these statues, they left to rack and ruin. They crack. This one looks like it's had some heat and it's heated up and cracked. Classical artwork, don't see too many. Also, cemetery artworks are prone to this cracking. So I don't know if she's fallen apart and be stuck back together again. Happens to the best of us. Oh, don't cry. We love you. I think she's having a happy moment. It's difficult to say. Anyway, that was nice. Do love a bit of Chopin. But let me just show you. Things do turn to stone pretty quick. This is ropes and old sea barrels that are basically the water's drained off and they're on like a sluice or a slipway beside a river. And in no time at all, they have literally turned to stone and petrified. Things do not need that long to turn to stone. To the stone when I'm coming home. I can't go on. Right, hang on a minute. That looks like a pyramid. We're going to get back to megaliths and stuff very, very soon on Flat Earth British. Right, we're going to have some comedy now. 582 with you. Jolly good. That was nice. Very soothing to the soul. Now, let me just have a little drink. Get my shit together. What was that, Alpha Billy? Getting her rocks off. Easy Lindsay. And there's Manny. So Manny, Truth Seeker there, I had a hangout with him a couple of days ago. And Lindsay Ashcroft. And we had to hang out for about 2-3 hours, something like that. 2 days ago on that channel there. Or maybe one of the others. I don't even know. Melage, where are you? Don't make you jump then. India. Holistic media. Yay! You one loving. And Lee. Humpty Dumpty. I'm not going to read that. Vibes, good to see you, lovely. Murphy's is in the house as well. Sketchage. They're always stone sketch. You know that's what's happening, don't you? We'll have a word with God about it all now in a minute anyway. He's a close personal friend, actually. I'm on probation. Tom Vida, good to see you. For 3D computer must be Asian tech. They might have to be 3D printing. Why not? There's nothing new under the sun. It's not like miracle tech, is it? Lizzo, good to see you, sweet nurse. Rosemary is in the house. Rosemary, and there's Teresa. She's sharing kindly one of my channels. Spirit Levels. Blackbird, Love, Moves, Adam. A lot of new names. There's a low coming over from that other channel, I think. It is that. Lovely to hear from you the other day, my broski. Oh, 4 Jacks. 444 from 4 Jacks. Pretty good, isn't it? Number 6. I'm alive. I'm alive. We're all alive. Should we rejoice in that moment? It's better than being dead, isn't it? Just saying. I don't know. It might not be. I don't know. Just saying. Be quite mad. Skull Asylum. Good to see you. G Watersabove. You're happy. You've got that nice little tickly feeling in your belly again. Okay, we'll make that happen if you haven't. Now, God interviews me quite a lot. I've Vertigo. Paddy was sure. Giant, when die turned to stone. Yeah, definitely thinking on that, actually. I'm getting turned to stone, punished for vanity. Well, yeah. Some sort of punishment. And let's be honest, them Phoenicians are dead vain. They're in the mirror all the time. That's like a new culture now, isn't it? Yeah. Of women standing in front of the mirror and taking photographs of themselves, dolled up like a fucking dog's dinner. thinking everyone thinks it's all right. It's not all right. It's fucking vulgar, and it's me. And nobody gives a shit. Sorry to burst their vain little bubbles. A lot of men just ain't bothered. Bullshit. I call bullshit on vanity. Okay, Samantha Buckland. Orion Zararel. Good place. A few ladies in my garden now. Okay. Orion, he's got it going on. He's got a party going on in his garden. Where do you live, Orion? Sketches is in the house, Glenn. Noonsky. Who's Nora? She already read that comment. Okay, Aaliyah, good to see you. Can't see jack shit. Don't know what I'm there then, love. You the right way up? Don't know, might not be. Liddy, good to see you. Paul, good to see you. Chris, good to see you. And so amazing, all of their expressions. Well, you would know a bit about art, wouldn't you? And there is Jordan himself. The way that statue was holding their thumb in between their big toe and pressing it into the sole of their foot is a very powerful pressure point. Will release a lot of tension and remove pain. Oh, really? That's really interesting. I think it does as well. I think I've grabbed my toe when I've been in pain. I might not have. I just don't take notice. Okay, we're going to get on with some humor, and then we're going to get on with the rest of the show. Okay, guys? Now, it's all in the best possible taste, okay? Knock yourself out with your religion. Not literally. I don't really actually. But if it makes you happy, I'm happy. Okay, so, you know, praise be. Stuff. Okay? You're not sounding convincing, Martin. Try harder. Save me. Jesus, don't save me. I had a deal going down with the wife. The insurance claim. Oh, right. See what I mean about do-gooders, guys? Poking a nose in. That guy who had it sorted, he was insured for 3 million. His wife. It's all right. He didn't like life anyway. Jeez. Come on, you're coming in. Well, Queen protest. I'm absolutely freezing. Actually, I'm trying to use the toilet. We were told this was fancy dress. Yeah, that's right. It's fancy dress. What's that smell coming out of there? Oh, that's just the mint sauce. Mint sauce? I protest. That's your own fault. Dominate the party. Dominate. Yeah, you mother sucks jelly babies in hell. Oh, it's out. Good. We done it. High five, bro. High five, priest. Oh, hi, God. Martin. Good to see you again, God. Good to see you again, Martin. How have you been? Oh, you know, got a bit of a earache. God has earache. It's very windy in heaven, Martin. Oh, right, yeah. Guess so. It's pretty high up, isn't it? Anyway, how am I doing? Could you give me, maybe some sort of appraisal? Okay, Martin, you're on probation. I'm on probation. How long? Till 2070. 2070. I'll be dead. There is no such thing as death. You will be in my loving embrace. I'm not sure I actually like the sound of that, God. What bands have you got in heaven? Oh, all right. Oh, well, I'll write you a gig list later. Oh, thanks, God. So I'm on probation for the next God knows how many years. I'm not. Do I have to do it? I'm God, Martin. Of course you have to do it. Well, what if I say that I'll be the first person ever in the universe to not do as I'm told? What will happen? You'll find out. Oh, bit threatening, aren't you? You're a bit of a psycho, aren't you? Anyway, I still love you, God. Not that much. But I'll see you on the flip side. Martin, I'm going to come back and have a word to you. You're on probation, okay? Still love you, though. You're doing well. Smashing it. Okay, thanks, God. Bye. Jesus, he sucks. Oh, God, you just twatted me right in the back of the head with that fucking ghetto blaster. Any of them acid left? Obviously not. Take a look. Jesus, you're always nicking all the drugs. My fucking head. Oh, this is the 2020 Jesus Does Oasis comeback tour. Okay? And maybe I'm going to be the one that saves me. And after all, I'm your Wonderwall.
What's he on about? I haven't got a freaking clue. He talks some rubbish, don't he? Yeah, but it's a good little tune, isn't it? Oh, I'm not so sure.
So we'll see more from the Jesus Does Oasis Comeback Tour 2022 later. Oh, oh, oh! Is that Satan and Jesus in? Oh, I like how they had the red pill and the green pill. Oh, that is really good.
So, wham, bam, I am a man, I mean woman. Job or no job, I just tell them that I'm God. Do you enjoy what you do? Yes, fantastic. Oh, Batsy Watsy, you okay? We're going to care for you. All of us are going to hold you and care for you after you hit that tree.
No, actually, I'm feeling really, really okay. I never got any damage. The car's just overheating. Can I go back to it, please?
No, the Sisters of Mercy are going to care for you, Batsy Watsy. Sister Superior there is doing a wanking motion on your wrist. And Sister Mary is putting some ointment on your foot. Does that feel nice? Does that feel nice when I rub your head, Batsy Watsy? Is that a chubby wubby you're hiding in there, Batsy Watsy? Get the CPU machine on him and electrocute him anyway. Let's go. Oh, the end of the world. Thank fuck. It was doing my head in. Everything's on fire. Let's get out of here. Oh, let's get out of here. Stop freaking crying, will you? It's gone dark. The sun's gone out.
Can we get out of the realm? Get into the next level, please? They got to the wall. So that's what you got to do. When the world goes on fire and there's nuclear war and everybody's screaming with their hair on fire, knock on the wall and say, let me the fuck out. It happens on the Truman Show. Maybe there's a staircase a bit further up and a door going through the clouds, like on the Truman Show. Because that's definitely all real. You know it. Eh? Poor baby Jesus. Day 550 at the Greek Olympic staring competition. Things are going well. Did you just fart? No, I never just farted. I think I love you. No. Did you just say that? No. Did you just fart? No, I never fart at all. I think you're farting to make my eyes water as some can employ to make me lose. No, I actually never farted. To be honest with you, I think I need a poo. You what? I need a poo. You need a poo? Yes, I've been standing here for 500 days. I think I need a poo. Oh, right. I think you may have to come with me. What? To carry on the staring competition? Yes. Is that permitted? Well, I need a poo. You're going to have to come with me and stare at me while I'm pooing. Oh, I don't think I like the sound of that. Well, it's got to happen. Okay, follow me. We'll come back next episode to see how these guys get on. Okay, guys? Jackie, it's been 3 fucking minutes since I smoked that banana and I ain't coming through. Good job I had that backup acid just in case that banana skins never worked. Jackie, how long does it take? It's been 3 minutes. I ain't coming through. Throw some water on me. Shock trip me. Mary, who was previously Jackie, will I ever come through? Jackie, what's the matter with them pictures? They're moving around. I thought them banana skins were strong. Get in the well. What, Jesus? Gotta be fucking joking. They don't pay me enough. And he asks all sorts of weird stuff. Get in the well, I ask. Yeah, don't listen to him, love. Here's your judgment coming, guys. Yeah, guess who you're going to be judged by? Yeah. Doppelganger you. Yeah. I was wondering about my alternative dimensional Martins after watching that Spider-Man movie. I wonder how all the other Martins are doing. I hope I'm like one of the best Martins. Yeah. Been thinking about it though a lot actually. You know, how's other Martins doing? Are they like literally rich? I don't want to be rich. I'm just saying. Are they doing a lot better than me? Anyway, let's tap in using a dwoggle and the techniques of Martin. So one day in the future, right, guys, it won't be alien invasion. You're going to have blokes like agents, right, just like floating in the air like that. Now, don't tell me that's not scary. So you're just like going to be walking down the road and there's going to be people floating around like that. And it won't be holographic as well. There'll be interdimensional beings. And you know them interdimensional beings. They're really, really nosy. Is it good to pick your own nose? Or is it good to wipe it down the arm of the chair? To get all crispy after years of it, wouldn't it? Is it best during Rona or monkey pox to get someone else to pick your nose for you? So in my theory is that if it's your own, okay, then it's your own germs, then it's good for you. Feast away. Get someone else to pick your nose, okay? Don't. I wouldn't let anyone pick my nose. That'd be too weird. Oh, look, it's the Sisters of Mercy again. They're drunk and they're trying to save this whale. Oh, you poor whale. Put me back in the water. What did he say? I don't know. He's from Wales. He speaks in Welsh. He said something. I don't know what he said. Put me back in the fucking water. Oh, God love him. Let's pray till he passes. It shouldn't be long. It seems like he's suffering in agony out of the water. Pass me another bit of pizza, Sandra, and a bottle of that bud. Thanks. Ah, you poor orca, you bitches. Here's Jesus at the Oasis Comeback Tour 2022. And he's dived in the crowd to cigarettes and alcohol as he finally found something worth living for. He's made a decision. Next time he dives into the crowd, he should be better dressed because his willy just popped out. Sorry. Been a long, long way together through the hard times and the pain. We gotta celebrate me, baby. You gotta praise me like you should. Agreed. Praise me. Praise be. Hallelujah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Now, this is how to dance gay. Okay. Now, me, yes, I want to hear a randang diggity dang dang. Okay. White lines, randang diggity dang dang. Do you want to fight? No. Say randang diggity dang dang. Randang diggity dang dang diggity dang dang diggity dang dang. That's not bad. You're quite good at this. Your turn next, Baldy. Okay. Ah, it's a dog's life. Yeah, it is. Who let the dogs out was her idea. So I put the dog on my head. He seems okay, still alive. Maybe I should have put some clothes on. I'm feeling really cold, especially down the lower portion. Oh, here's Mary Hawkes. She's gashed her leg open. She's holy, but she's still not immune to accidents on a skateboard. Fortunately, she has an alchemical blood heart, which is, I think, a colloquial term for adrenochrome. I'm not actually sure, but Mary Hawkes, she's smashing it. She's on a skateboard, and she skateboards into Avril Lavigne. Maybe. I don't know. Come on, Jesus, you can do it this time. I can't do it. You can't do it. Come on. Once more, Jesus, you can do it. I can't do it. This is actually cruel. You can't do it, you know. No, I don't want to do it. Please stop. I can't. I'm Christ. You can't do it. He's Christ. Look, once more, I can't do it. This is actually cruel. You're not friends of mine, are you? You're always doing cruel stuff to me. Come on, Jesus. Judas, I can't do it. I'm Jesus. I float on water. Once more. Yeah, let's pick on Jesus for the rest of the day. Cool. Do you like my white underpants? No, they're horrible. Bye. Ah, the chocolate ring donut. I like to lick my ring donut fondly in the middle. How do you like your ring donut? This one is getting chased by a fox. Ah, two things that exist deep in your imagination. Getting out of here, Jesus. Taking the T-Rex. Good luck on all that. How are you going to eat? What are you going to eat? Oh, T-Rex. Oh, you've got a table big enough for a T-Rex, have you, Jesus? How have you got an oven big enough to cook that T-Rex? Just saying. So I discovered a mermaid. I told you about it before, didn't I? Yeah, I was in the Merchant Navy. Yeah, I was a mermaid. Anyway, so I followed her. Okay, and she went into a little cave. Yeah, it was wet, thankfully. And it was very, very welcoming. It smelled like seaweed and fish and stuff, kippers. Okay, but didn't let that stop me. We had a fantastic afternoon hanging out, smoking
mermaid bongs, okay? But she just left all of a sudden. She said she didn't love me anymore after 3/4 of an hour. I just started swimming away. Look, she said she was off to go back to school. It was a shame. She was very beautiful, bit of a bunny boiler, and a bit fishy, but so beautiful. There she is, off back to school. We learnt a lot together that summer. That 45 minutes was one of the best 45 minutes of my entire life. Anyway, it's a prank, bro. Calm down. Camera is there. See, Abraham wasn't really like, he didn't know he was on candid camera, did he? And the boy was going with it. See, if that was my old man dragging me to fucking sacrifice me, I'd be like, Dad, sorry. Elbow in the stomach and run. Wouldn't you? Oh, they put up with a lot, don't they? Right. Americans think that we all live like this in Britain. Nay, 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 nay. We do not. We live like this in Britain. Actually, they're really healthy versions. They haven't had that much crack today. Britain sucks. When your friend makes you hold their baby, but what if I drop him? You won't. Yeah, but what if I do? Look at her face. But what if I drop him? Terrible, isn't it? Don't drop the baby if somebody gives you to hold. And if you drop it when they're not in the room, don't tell them. Okay? When it grows up a bit mental later, you know that was you. When a fart is too strong, even for you to handle. Has this ever happened to you? No, it's never happened to me. So what? Do you know if you have a fat and you just rip all, I'm not talking to the men. To the women, just rip all of their blouses. It's like, God, that fucking stinks. Rip. Because if that's the case, like laxatives would be brilliant. Oh, right. We'll have a word about this. Did you see what Satan tweeted 2015? Now, if we were to be real Christians, we should be, willing to forgive and forget, right? We've hurt his feelings. He was reading the Bible. He's going to have a little crying bed. Literally hurt his feelings. It's not a very Christian way not to forgive and forget anyway. I'm just thinking we should maybe say, all right, you were a bit of a shit. All the wars, the Rothschilds, all the death and stuff. But it made life interesting. Well, we do thank you for that. Thank you for that. Onward. Yeah. Post-Renaissance pictures now. You can literally, have them done in 2020 and have your favourite fat ginger cat put on there. I know, it just seems really weird and twisted for some reason. I'm so sorry, Rex. The ark is full. Again, things that only exist in your imagination. May I suggest you cook it? And the ark was in the Old Testament Jesus. That was the other Jesus, the Noah one. Remember him? It's all right. You can have an ark as well. We're not all that against you. If you want to build an ark when the world floods, fucking go for it, mate. Oh. Jesus, you have returned. In what meaningful way could we honor your death and resurrection? Eggs. Eggs. Genius. What's he got in his hand there? It's a key. He's got a couple of keys. Keys to the cities. Keys are also shipping keys, aren't they? Guess who's back? Back again. JC's back. Say amen. See? That wasn't even blasphemous. Yeah. Just saying. When I ask him if you look fat and he tells you the truth, probably best just say, no, you look perfectly thin. Look at this mirror. And get one of those mirrors who get the funfair and makes them look really, really thin. Get one of those. She'd be like, oh yeah, I'm all wobbly though. You'd be really thin, aren't you? Just make sure never to turn that mirror the other way around. Michelangelo had no reason to give God a thick, juicy ass, but he did. He did that for us. Sorry. But I thought it was funny. Anyway, doesn't matter, does it? Clues. And on with the show. Right. What? Oh, that's all right. Then I got away with that. So there was a comment here in my John Levy video when I spoke to John Levy by Doug Akes. So he says the ground in California is soft. A large quake may not be felt in a town not too far away. The ground from the Mississippi River east is solid granite. The same weapon used in San Francisco was used in New Madrid. The accounts of the two areas fit perfectly with the geology. So I did comment that was a juicy clue, and I have been looking a bit extra because there's an eclipse falling on New Madrid later in the year, and I'm just wondering if, being like that, such that volatile fault line, could it be possible that anything could trigger off? They could trigger it off like they did with the San Francisco earthquake using technologies. Now, interesting clue. We'll come back to the juice and pictures to come with that later. This is 1870s Calcutta. It's a massive Tatarian city, but unfortunately, for a city of its size, never mind the black hole of Calcutta, find some people to bloody stick in it because there ain't anybody about in Calcutta. Compared to today, supposed to be like loads and loads of people living on the streets there. That's the center of the city. Yeah, it's a massive grassy area with a reservoir, paths going to it. Where was the buildings from here? I can't believe in the center of the city they just leave all of that grass open. So what we got a bit later here, 1912, is what looks like an Anglican church, but you get them in Singapore. Yeah, so it's a Tatarian style city, nice big Greco-Romano buildings. And they got a load of, well, I don't know. They like water buffalo, don't they? What's these circles? Helicopter landing pads? Is there some sport we're not aware of? Did they put them down for the cows to all, corral into? Weird, isn't it? Maybe this was a horse race. Were they horse racing back then? Guess so. Who knows? The Calcutta Cup. Oh, no, that's something else. That's sailing. Anyway, there's that path behind the balustrade. So it's all grass. They got a large column, Greco-Romano column. And the paths are made of grass. And the roads are made of, we seem to have a curb. It says 1709. Oh dear, I don't know when that is. But yeah, there's only a couple of people about. Lots of food though. But there's a couple of horse and carts here, but for the population, even then there must have been, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people in a Calcutta, for God's sake. Yeah, there's no one around and everything's just covered in mud. You can see them like mud flood affected type buildings. Well, that's a bit clearer. So everything is covered in mud in the front of that. I thought this looks like there's been a bit of an event, but there's no information. Like San Francisco, all the tents out after an earthquake. Tents here all set up. Why have they got tents? And where's all the people? No, there's no one around this reservoir, is there? There's no people. There's just nothing going on. Can't even see, see any birds in the sky, and then vanilla spooky skies again. But see, there's people walking across these paths. Look, there's 1, 2 there. There's one there. There's a group of people there, and they're going to walk to this reservoir because none of them have got running tap water. Then have they? And you've got loads of bunko booths everywhere. It's really unusual, but it does scream of reset. These streets should be teeming with people. There should be just masses of people on these roads, center of the city like that. So the 1 or 2 going across a massive expanse that looks like the center of Dresden, 1946. because it looked like a field. After they cleared all of the rubble, the centre of Dresden looked like this. There's a lot of ships out there, though. A lot of cattle. So I'm guessing they just got grazing land in the middle of the city. Weird. What's this? The strangest Mohammedan mosque in the world, built in the hollow of a great tree trunk in Calcutta, India, 1903. So this is a mosque. Now, there's no reference to Islam as such, or Muslims, in any of the ancient worlds. In modern world, this is a modern term, is what I'm trying to say. Anything that I've seen in ancient depictions regards them as Mohammedan. You never see the word Muslim at all in any Asian books. So there it is. It's got a roof. It's got a bit of stonework all latticed into the Thank you, Hibby Shake, for checking my other channel. I'm trying to keep an eye on it all. So that is really funky. So there you are, some people all coming in now. They've got a steel bridge on pontoons. So that's a temporary bridge. Hasn't been built long. Interesting. The Harawa Bridge over the Hugh River Delta of the Ganges in Calcutta, no date. Looking at the Dalhousie Square. It's a charming little lake. All right, that's beautiful. Got some smoke, so some sort of life. Might be a bit later. Oh, look inside though for Calcutta. Jeez. They got it going on in some of these hotels there, haven't they? And do you know what? They does a lovely curry. What's that up there? That's electric. There's a wire coming off it. Must be telephone, must be a bit later. Beautiful decoration on the wrought iron. A nice Corinthian tops on their columns. Not bad, that. Quality. Quality builds. Right. A native hut. Okay. So you've got all them big buildings, yet the natives live in them. Is that what they're saying? Mud huts. Mud of the Ganges. Ooh, look at this bit of antiquity. Mohammedan Cathedral Mosque in Calcutta, India. Check that. Cool. Has it got enough? And what's this? Grand Jani Temple. Let's have a look. Ooh. Excuse me. Hiccup them. I bet that looks nice. I wonder if these are... Well, they've like black glass in them. They're electric though, aren't they? God, can you imagine that? That's absolutely beautiful. 1898 and it look like that. Whew. Cool. I'm boiling hot. Jan Temple, the richest place to worship in Calcutta, 1903. Juicy, juicy, juicy. Bit of technology. Wow, that's stunning. A nice little, what looks like a Chinese pagoda, but in India they do pagodas too. And there's look, just grass in all of these buildings. They definitely appear to be mud flooded. They're quite aged as well. Not that one, them ones. Interesting, interesting. Let's have a look at that thoroughfare again. Oh, we can get the nice and close down on it now. Good, good, good. They remind me of them buildings that you see in Havana. In Havana. Yeah, same sort type of building. Or even in like New Orleans or something. It's India. So they've got mud. A few horse and carts. This one's a bit busier. Yearly pictures, nobody about. Thanks, Colonials. Oh, there you are. No one about there, hardly. Let's have a look at this. No, it hasn't had to touch a paint in a while. Look at this, though. There's a bit of like Greco-Romano worlds, but this bit looks like it's just been added on top. Yeah, it has really, hasn't it? See a lot of these in Europe. Usually opera houses or theatres. And that looks like the church in Charleston, Carolina.
Weird. There it is. What's that wire? Look at that, guys. Could be a lightning conductor. Can't see the tech on top, but it's weird that it's so far away. Why didn't they fit it to the spire itself? Weird. Okay, let's move on. Oh, God, look at that cathedral. So, Calcutta's full of surprises. All that's outside is mud or grass, though. And that's down by the Ganges. Right. I haven't seen a railway station. Can't be sure what this is. Could be the railway station. It's looking a bit railway station-y, but there's no train tracks this side, unless they come in this way. Looks like a wooden boat. And there's one of those Phoenician hero people they keep sticking statues of everywhere. But they're not heroes, are they? They fell out. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. That's pretty. All of that's made of ganja. I don't know. I made that up. It might be better if it was. It's painting a better picture for you guys. Look at that with all the masts. How beautiful is that? God, I got to get time traveling soon. I definitely want to time travel. And all these other mountains in all the other realms, yeah, there can only be one. Yeah, and I'm going to be the coolest of them, obviously. Wow, it's a lot of the Greco-Romano wheelchair. I wonder why they put all of these railings around them. Right, let's just scooch that there a minute. There's a few left. It's got a juicy Starfort there. Williams of Calcutta, and it's 1770 on that. Juicy Starfort. And that's that same vista. So they got a little tent outside. Look, it's just mud. Bits of stone there. I wonder what that is. And yet you got that. Looks like, wow, that looks like some pancreas or something. That must be the station. Difficult to say. And why have they got the bunko booth right there on the corner? On the banked mud where they scraped it off the road. Wow, that's nice. Look at that. I think the roofs, they have flat roofs here. You don't see too many sloping roofs. You know, the Greco-Romano entrance, Venetian lion. And all the roads are mud. And there's not too many people around. You think there'd be millions. Wow, look at that. Look at the size of that door. Wow, look at that. It's down on the quayside. Something to do with shipping. Looks like a ship. And there's the city grid. There's a huge Starfort there. Wow. So it was a huge city. It's because I called Ptolemy. I thought that was called Ptolemy then. So it's a huge city. Look at the size of the suburbs as well. It goes right out to here. Even then. What's the date on this old mapage? oh God. I think that says 1892, does it? A bit small. Okay, there's something I just wanted to show you quick a minute while I can, because excuse me. In my recent visit to Czech Republic, and concerning them railings that go around fountains, etc., we found a clue that I never showed you before that I would like to show you. Where is it? It's basically the fountain. I'm not sure which one it's on. The fountain has chains which are individually numbered. Okay, only I tell you what. Let me get it off a minute. I'll be able to find them for you. But they're not in order. They're in there's a bit of a sequence. So like some numbers, it'll go 1 2 3 4 5 10 15 3. It's just like on the, it's like there's a sequence to these railings, But so I took photographs of these railings to actually show you. Now, what we're going to do now, 530 of you, see Jordan, you're in chat somewhere. I'm going to play a show that we did. I'm going to give you all a few shouts this week, which was super fantastic. I'm going to have a little drink. Hi, Kay. So, yeah, did you know that there was electronic EM technology called Medusa in the modern day? I don't believe in coincidences. Of course, it was EM tech in the old days if they're telling you it is in the modern days and using the same name. So, Dio, good to see you. Manny, Cheech, good to see you, brother. Janice, Noah, Giant. Hugh, good to see you. Red and white striped, indeed. Cluidge, Hippie Shake. Okay. Forrest, good to see you. Obviously, you're the cool. Yeah. There can only be one. We'll have to sort all these other parallel dimension Martins out at some stage again. So, Spirit, Bandana, our Brian. Lawrence could make a TARDIS. He has the technology. I've been on to him to make a time machine. We need a lot of electricity and magnets, big ones. Okay. And a lot of water. A lot of water. So it's a big place. But yeah, I think it's doable anyway. Like St. Pancras, yeah, Adam. It did look just like it. It's like a palace, St. Pancras, isn't it? Esley, good to see you. So yeah, we've got a show coming up now. So enjoy the chat and the conversation. I'm sure there's a lot of thoughts that you all have yourselves and really enjoyable. So hope you'll enjoy that. Hi, Valerie. Lewis. Vibes is in the house. Jeffrey. My future history. Oh, my histogram. Cathode. Real. They are cathodage. Vertigo. And if anyone else is lurking in the chat, hiya, Fanny Blue. Fanny Blue. Retro. Hiya, mate. Three Fingers. Immortal. Good to see you. And Rob is in the house. Good to see you. All right, then, guys. Let's get on with this show. I'm going to share. I'll be in chat with you now for the next couple of hours because I'm not actually live. Because obviously not. Anthony Suso in the house. My broski from America. Have you seen my crypto mine? By there. I got a crypto mine right by there. My son's got them all over the house. He's basically mining crypto coins or Duino coins. It's all very similar. You can exchange them and stuff. So he built all that, programming himself and everything. Joe Crowley, good to see you. Robert T. Word. Okay, Lurker Ages, you're doing really well. I'm impressed. Okay, hi, Jan. Okay. And John Paul Jordan, good to see you. Okay. So, there you are. You all happy? Don't think, Paddy. What have I said before? Don't think. Thinking is bad. What is thinking? Okay, don't do it. Just live in the now. Just don't even exist. Existing is crap. Existing is not living. Live. Do the living thing. Don't exist. Live. We discuss now from me and Jordan. A lot of good points in this anyway. Real prayers, people. Not just simple emojis, says Adam Cook. I'm sure them emojis are something to do with they're satanic, aren't they? If everything, they keep tricking us with all this weird shit, don't they? Everyone keeps doing it. A little tangy, especially these devices and stuff. But you know, what are you going to do? I likes to go out and leave my phone home. I leaves it on charge and goes out like 3. I do get a bit panicky, like, oh, I want to check my emails and stuff. But I tell you what, it's quite liberating to get away from your phone, not want to, think about it going off or anything, just away from the fucking thing. Because that's how I feel about it, technology at the moment. An airship, yeah. What you need is a Kevlar airship, which is impervious to, say, Russian bullets and stuff, yeah. Massive bombs inside. Make it like, get some sort of shields in, electromagnetic shields in. Nothing can get you living ever happy. Thought about that? Get a load of Kevlar, build a bloom. All right, then. Good. Plan. That's the part of the plan then, all right? We're doing that. Kevlar bloom. Dave Knuckles. Breath is life. Right, breathe in. Do this exercise. This is a good spiritual exercise. Obviously, you American Christians probably might not want to join in with this one, but you can try. Okay, so breathe in, breathe out, and say, fuck it. Makes you feel wonderful. So liberating.
Feel like Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music.
Curious Gemini, what are we all smoking? No, it's just you're getting infected by Martin stuff. Okay, so that's why you're feeling off your Gregory right now, off your head. Don't even worry about it. You'll be all right. As soon as I go, it'll fade after a week or 3, or maybe never. Sorry. Hi, Slim Pickens. Like the big floating disco ball in the sky. Oh, I got a spider climbing down from my ceiling. It's cool. Carmen, good to see you. I love that song. Ginger, good to see you. Just logged in, Martin. Tartary cocktails are on the house. So Laura's having a wine at the back. You're having cocktails, Ginger. Everybody's having something super fantastic to watch Flat Earth British on their Flatterday night. Is it warm where you are? Good. It's like summer, isn't it? Okay, then on with the show. Thank you, Jordan. This was this week. What you're going to watch now is a couple of hours interview, talk, and we're making friends with other truther communities that are not really aware of us, and we weren't aware of them, and they're not aware of us. And then, because there's so many different like sort of truther things out there, then we should all like unite and all come together as one big happy truther family, because time's getting on and we really need to kick some fucking ass. Okay, cool. On with the show. What's that? Spiders have 6 legs too many. Spiders are fan-fucking-tastic as long as they're not biting you on the face. Okay. Sucking your blood. I got eaten alive by mosquitoes in Czech Republic. They must have been so stoned. Whatever, though. Okay. So, this is the channel, Watersabove Crypto. He doesn't only talk about crypto. It's gematria, and he does brilliant word etymologies as well, which is also part of that thing. Excuse me. I can't see my chat. See if it's actually on there. Can you see that? Okay. Awesome. Right. So that is linked below. Get over. He has a nice couple of hours philosophical chattage. He done a 3-hour hangout last night. Although I didn't catch it, but he gave me a shout. And he has hundreds. He has loads and loads of views. Now, let me show you what's happening. See this here, right? This is to switch my account, right? Martinliedtke channel. It won't let me do it. Flat Earth British, it won't let me do it. I can't get on any of these fucking channels, excuse my French, outside of my mobile phone. They won't let me do it, which is very, very frustrating business because I need to get on my other channels, don't I? Just coming up to 50k there, guys. Subscribe. In the next week or so, we'll have a big 50k day party. You are all invited. Okay, on with the juice. Enjoy the show. Much love. And peace and happiness. And health. Watersabove Crypto. We have just met Jordan. Welcome to Martinliedtke channel. Good to see you.
I appreciate you having me on, man. I'm really a big fan of your work, and you're just such a good guy. Such a good vibe.
Thanks. Flat thumbs to you. Welcome. So, what's your truth? What do you do on your channel? What's it all about? I had listened, and I loved your sort of philosophical aspects. I understand you do sort of gematria and etymology breakdowns, which is a big thing on our channel too. So that's really interesting to me.
Yeah, for sure. So my channel covers utilizing gematria, numerology, and astrology and tying it into the markets. So I do cover cryptocurrency, and I do cover pretty much just finances and the economy as a whole. And what I specialize in is figuring out the cyclical nature of markets and how it ties back to astrology. So things like using the lunar cycle and the Hebrew calendar. And from there, I break it down into smaller increments and use numerology. So that's pretty much what my work covers. But
that is super interesting because they would do that. If they do battles and great, amounts of people getting killed on specific times to go with the sky clock, then they like induced Prince Harry on a solstice to make sure that he was born on one of these dates. So why wouldn't they do the futures markets the same way? That makes perfect sense to me.
100%. And I think that's what resonates most with people who find my work is they're seeing that there's always been sort of this missing link of why does the market do what it does? Why do we have wars when they happen? Why do we have market crashes or bull markets? And it's all there for us to see in the data. And what I've specialized in is having this base knowledge for years and years and years, and just seeing that the world was missing that application for cryptocurrency, for stocks and the market as a whole.
Well, I think what just happened in the last 2 years have sort of proved the BS of cash money and fiat currency as a thing anyway, because they just printed off more money than they've ever printed before in the last 2 years. And they seem to just come up with unfathomable amounts of money, like it's got no issue whatsoever. It's just dish it out. Everyone can stay home for a year. We'll pay for you all. Don't worry. We've got loads. We'll just keep printing it. It's like, where's the hyperinflation that comes along with that then?
Yeah, well, I think it's a pretty interesting time because anyone who's been paying attention to the global markets at any time frame in their reality has probably seen that it's all tied to some geopolitical event. And lately we've seen the geopolitical event on the world stage, and the apex predator knows that they could use viruses and stuff like that to scare the shit out of people. So it's kind of just one of those things where you kind of have to pay attention to, if you want to be a part of this market, you need to disregard the drama in the theater, and you kind of have to just get to the source of it all, which is what my work is about, just taking into account this esoteric knowledge and applying it accordingly. That way you don't get caught up in the drama. Like when you're fearful or when you're greedy, it's going to be really difficult to make good decisions with business or for investments or anything for that matter. It's kind of like when you're learning things, right? If you're learning something new, it's really difficult to actually learn something if you're learning it in a state of fear.
Yeah, sure. Do you see signs when you read this? When you look into this, do you see signs that say some sort of really, really big event is coming very, very soon? That sort of thing.
Yeah, actually. So the biggest thing that I've been talking about on my channel for the past year is this thing called the Shemitah, which is the sabbatical year in the Hebrew calendar.
Yeah, It's weird about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's been a big piece of my work that I've exposed to show people how every big market crash or every big false flag event or war is always tied to the Shemitah. So just for your listeners who haven't found my channel yet, the Shemitah means release, and it is all tied to agriculture, but it's been added to the financial markets, and it's a huge control mechanism that's used. So when we think of release, it has to deal with, the market crashing essentially. And I'm pretty interested how this is all going to be tied into the world at this specific time, because we see what's been going on. It's like, what are they going to use to cause the market crash? And what's going to be the next system to come in to take place of that? And that's where the crypto and the blockchain technology and quantum financial system is for. So it's kind of like the Hegelian, like they want that order out of chaos for sure.
100%. They want everything in a mess. I'm just wondering if they're going to keep pushing with the monkey thing that they keep banging on about.
I just found out about that like last week.
It's just like, I thought that they might have done, I sort of suggested on my posts about 2 years ago that before all this happened, just before, that if they were going to throw a pandemic, that I really did think it would be smallpox because of its severity and fear. And now they're doing it. They're sort of bringing the pox thing in. So
wow. Well, so you said signs, and that was part of my my ideology here for what I was talking about with Shemitah. And one thing that you might have remembered was there was a recent Super Bowl in the United States of America. Like we have, football is our biggest sport, and I'm not sure how popular it is in the whole world.
Oh well, I just watched the halftime things to pick it apart for.
Yeah, that was total ritual for sure. Exactly. Yeah, so that's awesome that you looked into that from a more esoteric perspective. But so for your listeners, the way that ritual went for the whole Super Bowl, the Cincinnati Bengals were winning most of the game until the final moments, and then the Los Angeles Rams won. And now why this is really important, this ritual, and I believe it helped a lot of people further validate my work for a lot of people, is because in Judaism, at the end of the Shemitah or before it, it's called like the Rosh Hashanah Hebrew New Year. They blow the ram's horn. It's called the shofar. So to start the Shemitah, they blow this horn, and it has everything to do with like entering this sort of cycle. And I think it's really amazing how the Bengals, which are the tigers, and we moved into the Chinese year of the tiger in February,
Right.
how the Tigers lost and who won was the Rams, and their color scheme is the same color scheme as the Ukraine flag. And this has all sorts of tie-in to
Whoa.
yeah,
Let's
so
see.
there's a lot of symbolism in it all, but just remember what I said, how the Bengals were winning the game until the very last minute. So this is
Wow.
a tie-in to Russia being like the
So you got to
quote
look at the bigger
unquote
picture, and they're telling you what's happening in the game. Yeah.
right. So that's how I'm analyzing it, is that all these, and we as decoders, we know that the Olympics rituals are huge, right? Those
Yeah, sure.
Olympics ceremonies. So it's the same thing that happens with these Super Bowls and with any of these big, the World Cup. It's
Olympic
all
event. Yeah.
yeah. So
That was bad.
this recent Super Bowl that happened during the year of the Shemitah, during the year of the Tiger, while the Cincinnati Bengals, the Tigers, lost at the last minute to the Rams. And then remember, the Ram is Aries.
Oh shit!
So that's
Yes.
why right at the transition into Aries, we had the Ukraine-Russia conflict. This is all scripted.
Yeah. Oh, I know it's all scripted. Anyway, some fella came up to me today. I was standing in the bus stop in the city centre. Complete stranger. He looked at me and he's like, "Hello." I was like, "Hello." He's like, "I watch you on telly." I was like, "Oh right." He said, could I just tell you something?" He said, watched this film, and he said it's a 1950s film by Doris Day called Flat Bottom Boat. I said, "Really? Why? Is it clues in it?" He said, "Clues, esoterically and symbology from beginning to end. It tells you all of the story of this place." I'm like, okay,
Oh
I might
man,
watch that later. I'm
it's
not
called
opposed to
Flat
watching a
Bottom Boat. You
Doris
said?
Day. Flat Bottom Boat, Doris Day. I thought I'm going to definitely watch that later. So I will and all, because he's got me intrigued. Just
That's
stepping
amazing.
out of nowhere and telling me that. Oh,
That's the beauty of sharing this work the way we're doing, is because we get to have people chime in and share, their findings, and that's the beauty
wow.
of it all.
Like,
That's
do
a
you think
huge
like a think
reason.
tank? Yeah,
Yeah, that's
think
a huge
tanks on
reason why I
YouTube.
wanted to reach out to you because oh yeah, like I was gonna say before we started this, for my community who comes over and watches this, you've been brought up in my work so many times on my live streams. So
Wow.
I do a Friday live stream where I don't talk about crypto. I just talk about kind of the same way you are, just like examine the realm, examine the philosophy of life and go from there. And when people ask me who do I watch, who do I follow, I don't really follow too many YouTubers, but I always say Martin at Flat Earth British, John
Oh,
Levi,
thanks.
God Gave
Yeah.
Lomst, and I kind of keep up with that stuff because over the past 2 to 3 years, that's been what I've been most fascinated by. As a world traveler, every time I go somewhere new, I always had that wonder of how did this building get here? But the buildings that are new that I'm seeing being built are like rubbish. And, they didn't add up. And because I've lived in America for most of my life and I've driven through Utah and Arizona, you see the architecture, you see it in the middle of the desert. And you would never come to those conclusions unless you had somebody like yourself to break it down the way that you do. And it's undeniable. And I love your work. And I
Thanks.
believe my community would definitely get so much value out of watching the presentations that you do.
It's funny you should mention that temporary world they built, because I think that's just a clear sign from them about the temporary nature of this place, because it seems to have no meaning. Like these beautiful structures you're talking about with all the sacred principles and sacred geometry put into them, I'm sure they could manage some of this if they really put their mind to it, but they don't. They just corrugated iron and breeze block, and there it is
Right.
everywhere.
That was the last thing that we left off when I got to meet you
Yeah.
and talk with you for a while. We were just talking about how there's a temporary quality to the current architecture. And when people zoom out and look at the history that wasn't shown to us, but the history that's there for us all to find, it's available for on the internet. You could see the pictures, and anyone who lives in any historic city or town, you could just walk around and see some courthouses that are they're impossible to have been made. When you do a 360 panorama, that's the only building that looks the way it does, that has the quality and the vibrational frequency of what it has. So with that being said, just as a preface, I loved that part of the conversation that me and you had privately, where we were just talking about the temporary nature of the modern day. And it's almost like when they did rebuild this post mud flood, post whatever apocalyptic event happened, they had no fuck to give, because they're like, well, this place is just going to get wiped out again anyway, so why would we even care to make structures similar?
Yeah.
And that's a big difference between some of the people who say, there must be a entity that is very large or has a very highly advanced consciousness to have built the old world, right? But what we're dealing with today is like, it's impossible physiologically to have been building or replicating what has been left over. So I always wonder about that, and I would love to know your thoughts of like, what was the thing that made this old world? Like, what have you come to in your work that has been conclusive for you?
Well, the intelligence of the people of, say, the 18th century is unsurpassed. We can't even touch upon their level of intelligence. And some of these books that I pick apart in Kirsta is just unfathomable to me. It is amazing, amazing stuff. And then it seems to take a little bit of a reversal until we get to, like, literally 200 odd years later, and everything is just gone. Everything is, all that intelligence, the reversal of our wits has been tenfold. And I wouldn't want to take anything away from humans, saying that we might have done some of these structures, but it's just some of the megaliths. It's just, how are we moving this stuff in muddy roads if that
Right.
was, it's just like, I don't know whether you've seen John Levy's last video. Nobody's moving anything over mud with horse and pack horse and cat. Never mind big, massive lintels to go on these massive American or Australian or British Tatarian type buildings. It's ridiculous notion. But we're relating back to the system, aren't we, and their history. I think that there was, highly sophisticated, far superior technologies not far ago in the past. And I just think that the control mechanism is that strong through the education systems, the libraries, the books, the classical education, and the limited information for the masses, because they're not going to tell us dick. They don't have to tell us anything. And why would they tell us anything of the true nature of this place, especially consciousness, if they know what consciousness is? Do you think they know what consciousness is? Do you think they know where life arose from? Do you think they know the meaning of life, death, what this thing is? Because I'm wondering if they know, because they use the techniques of manifestation against us, don't they?
Yeah, and it also at the same time to look at what we're capable of as a species, like through the rungs of consciousness, you unlock these truths, and you unlock the vision to actually look around you and see for yourself and design your own outlook and seek other people who are aligning with that outlook as well. And I'm sure that through your work, you've seen quite an awakening of sorts of people gravitating.
It's strange that, it's almost like, I don't know, I'm like saying it's a Mandela effect, but it could be. It's just like, am I changing reality? It's like literally today, I've seen this building today in my city, Cardiff, that I've seen 1,000 times. Only today I've seen it for the first time. And I literally made note of it to my son and said, look, did you see all of that before? It was mind-blowing. It was covered in Phoenician faces, shells, all this beautiful ornamentation. I've looked at it 1,000 times and I've never seen it before. It's like, was that even there before? So that really threw me, and I was literally mind blown in my own city just today.
Well,
I've seen it
our
so
attention typically goes towards survival, which is like what keeps us safe. So that means from the moment you leave your house, your attention is fixated on people, and the cars that are driving around, and the stoplights, and all of that is where you put your attention. So when we actually just feel okay and safe and know that we're protected, and then we walk the streets, then we could alleviate that attention towards the architecture, towards the mind roaming towards creation, real creation. And I've noticed this in myself too. Like if I go to my first couple times traveling Europe, I wasted so much. Well, I say wasted, but I think it was all there for design, like it was all designed as part of my code. But I didn't have the eyes to analyze the way you just said, where I was looking at a building and it felt like a brand new building, even though I've seen it a million times. Now, today, the person I am, I'm like basking in the glory of all the beauty that surrounds me, you know? Like, I'm really mind blown. I've seen buildings that have like brought tears to my eyes because I'm like,
Yeah.
whoa, my whole life
They move you,
disre-
don't they, on an emotional level? It's
yeah, and
just
I was
like,
born in Brooklyn, New York, so I got to see all the incredible, you know, even around
wow.
the Wall Street area, and the area all around these Greco-Roman. It's mind blowing to go back, and people are staring at the skyscraper, and I'm like, that's gross. Like, I'm looking at the real, like, look at the
Yeah.
shit that's below.
City Hall. Look at City Hall all around
Right.
by there. It's a
And then
temple.
you travel around America and you look at every city hall is as crazy as that. You know,
Yeah.
not in size and not as grandiose, but it is very, very
I don't know.
impressive.
Ohio State State Building. It's like the White House. I've seen a few of them that are just mind blowing.
Dude,
Monuments.
it's so
Everything
mind blowing.
inside
Yeah.
is marble, and it's just like,
I know I've seen like mental institutions that are huge and like the gates in front of them are massive. And you're like, with the time that they say this place opened up, and you're trying to convince me that you put the least valuable member of society in this structure. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or demean anyone. It's just put two and two together. There's people living in you know, they don't have any running water. They're using the bathroom in a dug up hole outside their house. But then people in a mental institution at the same time frame in history are living in like a palace. You know, it just, you can't convince somebody who has any discernment that that makes sense, you know? And if you go back to the social behavior of the way people treated certain peoples back then, they would purposefully just kill people who were mentally ill for no reason. They would just euthanize them. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So you're saying to me that you wasted all these resources to put these individuals that are, by your perception, are useless for society. No, it doesn't make sense. It's because it was never designed as a mental institution. It's something that you inherited and you decided to take over and call it whatever you want to call it.
No shit. But these institutions, we got the same here in Britain. There's one Telgarth mental institution. The thing is just massive. Italian building. One in my city here, Whitchurch Hospital. They haven't knocked it down. It looks like a star frog from above. It is massive. Take a look on Google. It's just like they found them. They took them. But in my field, I don't know whether your subscribers know about this bit.
Yeah, actually, Martin, really quickly before you go down that route, can you just let everyone know about Tartaria and like what it? Can you just give a basic definition?
Sure. So we've found evidence, quite a bit of evidence over the last 5 years, that there was a civilization, one sort of world, if you like, maybe even one language here in the past, and it was a golden time. It was like the golden age of Kali, if you like. This place, we don't even believe that there was even such things as maybe the aspects of death in this society. Okay, so we were locked in a golden era for quite some time. Okay, and we call this Tartaria because on some of the maps you can see that it encompasses most of Asia, comes into Europe, goes across down the west coast of America into America. So some people surmise that, you know, that because of the unmistakable evidence that all of the architecture, no matter where you are in the world, is built by the same people. You could be in Toronto or Cape Town or Christchurch or Sydney,
Shanghai, China,
or Shanghai, and it will be identical, what they call colonial, classical, or even Tartarian architecture. There are different styles. So this place has been wiped out over and again. They've come back, the builders, the founders. I think what they do is reverse engineer everything that they possibly can. I've had evidence that on one of the previous resets, they put the information over on stones because they would survive floods and what have you, tsunamis. We think that everybody, you know, like not an extinction event, but a lot of people get killed. It's called the pruning of the nations. They've done it over and over, this place, whether or not it's deliberate, whether or not it is just a natural act of God to purge this place because of the terrible sinful mess it gets itself in under the system. So this place gets reset. We've surmised that this could be just what they call in the Bible Noah's flood and further floods. Okay, that could be the mud flood, just Noah's flood, simple as that. And most of the people got killed, and the elites, they knew about it, they protected themselves, the information falls over onto the next, and then this place gets populated again. So we've talked about these institutions, these mental institutions, and these places like orphanage asylums, like an orphan mentally ill because he hasn't got a parent, and the orphan trains. So there's a large amount of parentless kids in the 1800s filling all of these massive institutions, and everybody is stark raving potty, apparently. Okay, so there's something really off.
It's like human zoos.
Human zoos. Zeus is Zeus, and that's part of
their I love that
God hierarchy. And so my question is, on a personal level, is I seem to have recollection of previous lives. I have, and I'm wondering if I was an arrival. Okay, because I literally feel like that I don't belong here. They put me in the wrong place. Holy shit, you put me in the wrong place. I don't belong here, is what I get my entire life. I'm not fitting in. I'm not one of them. Please, can I go home? Seems a lot of people are feeling the same. So I feel that we could have been from somewhere else, maybe not even that far away. Okay. I feel that there is extraterrestrial land, because they sort of tell us that there is land. And I think that it is easy. I think it's literally easy to be able to hide maybe even a continent close by. And this is where all these superior technologies could literally come from. You know, you got people like in the Manhattan Project, you know, Werner von Braun saying, "Oh, we had help from others." So he's like, is he nod winking, saying extraterrestrials, or is he saying we had help from others with superior technology that we're in contact with? They give us tips, we give them endless amounts of, I don't know, adrenochrome, slaves, people. There seems to be some sort of deal of information. We are
whatever currency that matters to them. Yeah.
Would you agree that they're, say, 40 years or God knows how many years ahead of us in technology? Because going from them house brick mobile phones to our devices today jump in 20 years seems a bit weird, doesn't it? You know?
Yeah, and it seems to align with also big changes in moral, like, I'll give a very quick example. We had a long time, that they say at least, where certain people of certain color skin or certain sexual preference or their gender even would be able to or not able to do something involving their government, right? So where this is all going is this idea that religion was across the board no matter what. So that means if you were a female or you were black or you were whatever, you still were following this same overall indoctrination system. And in America, it was Christianity, right? And I'm sure that's also most of the world. But my whole ideology towards this is, look at what they've done over the past 10 to 20 years. They've shifted the main belief system from people of Christianity to science. Now everyone's a scientism, you know, like cult member. Yeah. So I'm talking about the masses, of course. And there was a transition phase called atheism, and basically removal, the extraction of religious connection, faith, and spiritualism. And if you go back to the 70s and you pay attention to that time frame, it was almost as if the transition of 60s and 70s was putting people who were in their smaller awakening through a lot of pressure. And what you saw was a resurgence of like cults. Like you saw this massive amount of people going from the Christian religion to finding some little town,
Krishna
village.
Consciousness Society, and then the Moonies, and then there was just so many sprung up.
And it all sprung up around the same time, and it all worked really well. And it was all people that were insert whatever religion. And I'm fascinated with studying what they call cults. I think it's one of the most amazing things, just studying human behavior, because once you see the big picture, you get why you feel out of place. Like you as an individual who have broken free from groupthink, now you're living your own truth. Once you've done this, you get to see why people fall for the cult of Christianity or science or the cult of, whatever. And that's what's so beautiful is now I have realized that every time a Christian has something negative to say about some cult member, it's just a projection of fear placed because
In a
of their
cult.
group being against another group. And I believe that once you get to this level that we're operating at, where we're removing ourselves from groupthink, you could actually learn the wisdom from Christianity. You could learn the wisdom from whatever guru, because you're not letting someone else's truth reign over you. You're now in control, and you have, so I just think this is such a
Mhm.
fascinating experience where it's all about not allowing something to parasite you consciously. So if we see there's a movement of the Christian faith transition into science, it makes sense why people against their religion now will take the V and do all this crazy shit, even though their quote unquote Bible was telling them to
Completely
watch
agree.
out for that in the beginning. Their Bible was warning to not get caught up in this shit, but
Yeah,
yet
I
they
agree
allow it.
completely. Yeah,
Yeah.
you bang on. There's a few faiths that did. I noticed the Dalai Lama started off with the science voodoo. He brought out a book, Universe in the Single Atom. I did read it, and he is just pushing quantum mechanics and the whole science model, completely away from any spiritual belief systems.
Yeah.
He's just like, what are you up to? He's one of them. Yeah, they seem to do that. They do.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like a package deal where if you look back into the time of pushing Darwinism and how that was also pushing therapies and using psychoactive drugs to change people's state
More
of
than
consciousness.
that, if it wasn't for Darwinism, there wouldn't have been the survival of the fittest, a narrative for the National Socialists. They use that
Right.
as
You
part of their
see how
ethos.
beautiful that is? It's like
Yeah,
you get to see, once you step away from being in the vortex of that, you could actually see what it looks like from the outside, and you could see how you can push these ideas. And what I was talking to my mom recently, actually, because there was a restaurant we were in, and it was a really amazing place, and their symbolism was a dinosaur, and I was just making fun of how I was just making fun of it, and she was like, "Wait, so you don't believe in dinosaurs?" And I just was like, I'm like, "Mom, like I don't believe. Like the only thing I believe in is myself.
you got
Like
it.
I believe in myself, and I believe in love. Like I'm
Yeah.
not here to fall for his story."
Shouldn't we
So
all be doing that though, Jordan?
that's
Our
that's what
own
I was trying to
experience rather than just getting words off other people and
yeah.
reciting them as is like,
Well,
that's our life when it was someone else's. It's
where it
pointless.
went, which became really interesting for her, was I was trying to say that, like, well, Darwin and all of this evolution narrative, this guy and his family were like well-known predators. Like some of them are pedophiles, like all sorts of like beating their wives, murder. Like, I mean, so are we going to believe people who are known pedophiles? Like, I wouldn't. If someone who was a known that's dark.
They do
That's
though. They do. They
that's
do.
some
They
dark
know what
shit.
they are. Yeah, that's some dark shit. We've still got the royal family in Britain after everything that's just been exposed about them, and like the fact that this institution in Britain, the
Right.
BBC, hid everything from the British public and covered everything up, like massive abuses of humanity, and they just covered it up. It's like no penance. They
Like
haven't got to pay
the
any
Jimmy Savile thing,
Savile
right? That
thing.
was
Yeah,
pretty
yeah, and yeah. The same people tell you got to wear a mask and stay home because this is true.
because the overarching cult is not the royal family or government, it's actually science. That's the overarching cult that has a people are scared of their mortality. So I'll tell you where my work really I think is going to be important for the overall utility of our conversation. I believe the awakening happens from self. I believe it happens from within. And I believe once you fall in love with the process of allowing your truth to show up in your life, when you allow that moment, you will start gravitating towards people like Martin and like Watersabove. You will start to naturally gravitate towards these paradigm shifts. When you walk outside of your house, you'll no longer be paying attention to the cars and the people. You'll be paying attention to the beautiful architecture. It's a slight little switch. If you spend your entire day learning about the ingredients in a vaccine, you're never going to learn how to enjoy life. You're going to be so addicted to your research and your knowledge, but have no utility behind it. And if it makes you mad and angry and upset, then that's even worse, because you're allowing truth to make you of a lower vibrational frequency. So I've known this for a while now because I have gone through it myself. When I learned about the blood ritual sacrifices and what the fucking royal family does in deep underground military bases, and when I learned this, Martin, like, I was in tears for weeks, months. I lived in a very low state because I allowed these truths. You walk around, you
I
see
know,
children,
I
you
feel
see
the same
these
when I see these things on, and I
right,
just like, I don't even want to look, because I think I'm just
right,
going to be fucked up upset, and it's just going to
right,
put my vibration all to shit.
right.
But
So
that's
what
the
I've
whole
learned,
idea,
though,
isn't it? It's to take you away from, the truth. It's going to
yes,
pull you down another wormhole of,
it's to
of
get you to
negative
go
intent.
from religion to science. And
Mm.
what I want us to do as a collective is let this truth empower you through becoming neutral. You want to become in a state of neutrality, because once you end up on the other side, you're just on the different pillar
Right.
of Yakin and Boaz. Like, you want to be at the balance point, the yin yang. And I've watched many brilliant people who are amazing artists who are incredible at sharing their truths, but the purpose and intent behind sharing their truth is to wake people up. And how are you going to wake someone up who doesn't want to wake up themselves? Like, if you are going to be attempting to wake others up and you yourself are not even happy with yourself, then the vibrational frequency that carries with your message is going to be of a lower, you know.
Bang
So
on.
I would much rather people get to a state of neutrality, because then when you learn about the pedophiles and all the shit that are going on and that exposure, you're working in the background to make sure that all the new stuff that's going to come your way, whether it be like a new virus or a new fucking whatever psyop, whatever comes your way, you're okay with reality. Like, your baseline is in a state of like
Yeah.
neutral.
Best way, best course of action. There's no use being head fucked about all this stuff on the internet.
Right.
It's the best course of action.
Because then what could you do if you're always upset? And like, yeah, you know the truth, but a man
I
with
know how to heal this place overnight, brother. And that's to get rid of all opposition, and everything is healed, because everything is at odds with one another because of
100%,
opposition. So take that
100%.
away, it's gone, and everything is healed, the whole world.
And that's kind of
Overnight.
that's the beautiful thing about connecting with people like you, is even if I do cover cryptocurrency and economics and stuff like that, like, my overall theme is I've seen a lot of depression and a lot of anxiety in people who get into finances and business. And I'm just here to help them get to a state of neutrality, to become at ease with what's happening here. And hopefully, through exposing the code of gematria and numerology and how astrology interacts with the markets, I could give some reassurance of what's happening and the truth of what's happening. So when you see your portfolio going down, or you see a market crash, or you see this, that, or the third, you're okay with it as a human, like as a organic living being. Like, what is this life worth if you're a millionaire but you're fucking depressed? What is this life worth if you know quote unquote everything, if you're if you're a truther but you're fucking depressed and you're sad? You're only at that vibrational frequency. You're only going to attract people who are equally as sad and depressed and anxious as you are. So
100%.
if you want to live a better life, don't try to get rich, don't try to get famous, don't try to wake people up. Like, learn how to be okay with now, so you don't worry all about tomorrow and live in the traumas of yesterday.
Wow, so well put. Yeah, that's where most people are going wrong, aren't they? A lot of people are just like, I'm an alcoholic because of the terrible things that happened to me in my life, because they can't leave the past behind. Just using that as an excuse.
Yesterday becomes the crutch.
Yeah, yesterday becomes a crutch. Or I'm just worried out of my mind about what will be. And they're like, nature of reality, they're literally making that come into being anyway.
That's a huge thing that you brought up, and I'm trying to pattern that into some of my work, where routines become our crutch. So people who take all this CBD, like, just to be able to go to sleep, it's like, well, when you don't have that CBD anymore, you're fucked.
Yeah, I've heard people say, I can't go to sleep without my sleeping tablet. And I'm like, yeah, you fucking can. You can't.
So you're going against the organic, like, perfection of the human vessel. Like the human body and the human experience is perfect by default. Like a fresh, pure baby comes out and is in perfection. And then through the vaccines and all the bullshit we do to that baby, it becomes imperfect because we've been told that the baby was born imperfect. Therefore, it will catch a disease. It will get this virus. It will get this. But if you think about it, as you're growing and you're learning that that's complete bullshit, you get to a place now where you're an adult. And how are you not able to identify that same ideology that you have in that instance and not apply it to right now? So I see it happen all the time. And I tell people, okay, if you believe you need this CBD to go to sleep, let's ask you this. Are you staring at your phone screen when you're laying in bed? Oh, and they're like, yeah, of course I am. I'm looking at my social media. And I'm like, don't you see right there? Just that light is destroying your circadian rhythm. Like, let's take away the actions. Let's take away your improper action and how that is damaging the organic cycle. Then we'll see how you react to life. But if you're just using a drug for every little thing just to get by, you're no different than the people who are heroin addicts or the people who are addicted to watching mainstream media. Like people who watch fucking news all day, like BBC, are the same to me as people who are eating McDonald's all day. It's the same aspect of the mind.
If you're on a train going through cities, you can just see people sitting in their rooms and they're all just sat there watching television. And to me, it's like weird. It's like, what are you doing with your life? Just watching absolute bullshit from that box. And that's what they're doing. Oh, and they wanted to sit there and watch it as well. That's the worst thing about it. Oh, I can't miss this.
It's dopamine.
Dopamine, I know, and they seem to be wired to bad energy as well. Like, you know, like sort of, they know if they put the news on, it's going to be all bad news, and they're going to be feeling bummed out. So they're like, oh no, I won't put the news on. It's just going to piss me off, and then they'll go straight to the body and switch it on because they're addicted to being that bad wired. You know, to having that bad information.
They're addicted to externalizing their experience. Once they learn that they've been externalizing all of their experiences, they're living vicariously through their favorite sports team or through their favorite social media platform or through. But when you get out, that's savior complex. That's having that's waiting for someone to change your life, and that's why no one's getting shit done. But when you when you switch that energy,
good luck with that.
Well, it's what I've tapped into. I believe it's what you've tapped into.
I really do think we should do things for ourselves as a collective. You know, the hive.
Yeah, because through self, and through self-empowerment and honoring thyself, everything shines out of you. You are the sun of this solar system. So once you recognize that power you have, your light will shine on others. If you want to be the darkness, well, then there's no light to shine. So you will need to, as a source who needs stimulation, put your hand out to try getting something from someone else. So what I'm trying to say here is that we, as a being of infinite consciousness, we need stimulation. So if we can't self-stimulate through our truth, we will need to parasite off of something else in order to get that.
No, man, my information buzzes me out of the this rap.
Gets you high on your own supply.
Mate, I'm getting high on my own supply. You know, I just think about like what we've done, you know, as a group, as a think tank, you know, and I feel that we've literally changed this place. You know, we've shifted paradigms. We've blown minds.
You have.
We've shown people another way to be, another way to, you know, I've lived my life wondering where the fucking hell is all the love gone? You know, what's the matter with everybody? Why is everyone so grumpy? I've always been like, had a happy-go-lucky attitude towards life, you know? It takes a lot to get me down. And to be honest with you, I don't stay there long. I'm a quick recoverer.
Well, our experience wasn't sent here. We didn't choose to come here to be sad.
I'm finding my spiritual experience is better at the moment now in my life than my sensory addictions, if that makes sense. So I'm having like a limited experience. I don't actually need for much. I went my son's boat last night and we stayed up like literally till 4:30 watching stars, watching ducks and stuff, just natural stuff, brilliant stuff. I had a brilliant time. Yeah. So, that's the sort of thing you should be doing instead of sitting
Well,
there or taking drugs or doing whatever. It's just bullshit. It's all about life.
it's best if you're somebody who's listening to us and maybe you can't find comfort in looking at the stars. If you're somebody who's struggling with this and you're listening to us, it's that you need to go take an inventory of the things that bring you bliss, and then you need to take an inventory of the things that make you feel like shit or controlled or
I
like a
don't
slave.
think about things that make me feel shit. It's like
Right,
I've always
because you're a creator, but not
Yes.
everyone is like you, Martin. Not everyone is a creator. So if I believe everyone is by default a creator, but we have to fucking grab life by the horns. You have to
Well, yeah.
decide to do it. You need to take action. So if you're not good at taking action and you also struggle in just seeking external dopamine from all of the parts of your reality, well, then it's going to be hard for you to live a life. You're just going to exist. And an existence and living are totally opposite of each other. They need to
Agreed.
they need to be simultaneously to have a what we call this reality. But without that, if you're just unbalanced and you're only on one side, you're never going to be able to tap into your creative energy. And I believe we are all capable of doing such. Some of us are just naturally more routed in that direction of being a creator. But what I've noticed, though, when I talk with people in the modern age, too many people are scared of not being good enough. Too many people are worried. They're like, oh, I can't make a channel talking about Tartaria because Flat Earth British does it. You see what they're doing? They have this fear when they should be thinking that I should go out and make this because it will help the community of people who are seeking this information and
Yeah,
knowledge.
no, get that truth out there, man. I hope
Yes.
that's not the case, is it? Is that what people is that off-putting to people? Because
Not
Well,
you
that's-
directly, but what I'm trying to say is that me knowing where I'm at with this experience, like, as you know by now, I'm much more philosophical about this. And I'm here to help people. And I believe you help people through these basic realizations. And a lot of people who are in their process of becoming a creator struggle because they're measuring themselves to everyone else who does the thing they like. So people are worried, like, oh, can I start a YouTube channel talking about crypto and gematria? Well, Jordan does it and he does it and he's the most popular. And I'm not going to do it now because why? Like, somebody's already done it. But if you live your life through that reality, then how are you going to leave your personal imprint on the world? Like, you were brought here to leave your personal imprint and do it. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about the haters. Don't worry about anyone. Like, do you. But some people are worried because of what I just said. They're either measuring themselves to the person they look up to, or they're measuring themselves to the people who will watch them. It's like women wanting to wear all this makeup and do all this stuff because they want to
Yeah.
look pretty in public. It's like, no, real men enjoy you for being real. And if you're worried
Agreed.
about the external judgment, then you're living in a state of fear. And that is actually less attractive.
Yeah, it's confidence issue as well, isn't it? I think
Self-esteem, confidence.
Self-esteem.
And we all struggle as creators as well with that. Like, when we put something out, like, is this something that will be, and I'm not saying you do it. We all
Oh
go
no, I
through
do. I'm a perfectionist. I don't like any of my videos. I think every one of them should be 10 times better. So yeah.
Right. And that's the projection you put out. But for you to be able to speak that into the world, now at least you've let go. Like, you're not holding on to that, and I think that's beautiful for us to all say something. Like, I'm a perfectionist too. That's why I don't release my music, even though my music is the thing that makes me feel like life, like the best
Yeah,
form
man.
of
That's my favorite fantasy is, I'm gone in music. I'm on stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm smashing it on stage.
Well, I've
this is
lived
my
that
favorite
life. I've
trip.
I've lived that life. It's actually pretty funny that you brought up
Serious.
the Manhattan Project before, because I recorded one of my band's EPs in the building that the Manhattan Project happened in.
What?
It was like Elizabeth, New Jersey, or somewhere in Union City or something. But I'm over that. I'm like, now
Wow.
I'm doing my own thing, and I believe that it'll be much more where I'm at as an artist. And I'm just in my process. Like, I'm learning that there's some art that I want to do in one way, and there's some art that I want to do in another way. And that's up to me how that gets shared with the world. Like, I'm not a slave to a contract or a label or anyone. Like, I'm ready to release what I'm going to release when it's time. And just slowing myself down has been a huge improvement on my mental health and where I'm at in this life. It's a lot of drama and you could really beat yourself up by being a creator who feels you need to release a new video, or you
I've
need
been
to
like
do.
it. I've
Yeah.
been like it, and it makes you like feel pressure or stress by it. You know,
And
trying
that's
to
not
keep
good for health.
no, like a continuity. But now I try. You know, now I'm taking my time. At the end of the day, it's my channel. They're not my channels, so I actually do what I want. So I will take my time, and I will try to get the best quality content I can possibly get for the subscribers. And I think they deserve it. They deserve good stuff. So that's what I try to do.
Yeah, everyone deserves art, not content. Like
Yeah,
I'm not. I don't want to
beautifully put.
release. Yeah,
Thank
I don't
you.
want to release content, and I get kind of. Some people call me a content creator, and I correct them when I need to. It's like, no, like I'm an artist who
This
releases
is your
you.
art form. This is
Yeah.
my art form. Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
And this is my outlet. Like I channel in wisdom through whatever vacuum of power source there is out there, and I release it through my voice, and that's my gift, and I'm going to keep doing that. But again, to bring it all full circle back to our conversation, it's that how does this truth get sent out to the world and keep them neutral in that process? Because as people who are exposing very, very unique and hidden knowledge, a lot of the time the reception towards it is, one, this is mind blowing, and two, it's being hidden from us because these people who are running the world are nefarious. So right after that, you start coming up with a hierarchy of negativity. It's like,
Yes.
that's what I want to work
and
at
the
as a
blame game, as well. They
right.
seem to play on the internet. I noticed everyone's got everyone seems to know who they are. Apparently, they're these them. There's I've got about 20 different who they are. Does anybody actually know who they are?
That's why I stopped the blame
They are
game and the
us.
naming. Yeah, I stopped it because I think people like us, me and you, and the ones who are resonating with this message today, we are operating at a frequency that these apex predators cannot even fathom. We have creative
Yeah.
energy. We have creative energy. They lack this. They
I
lack
know.
creative energy. They parasite. Their whole energy is getting energy from something else. They don't know
Good
how
in
to
it.
channel.
I know.
What was that?
Know. I was just thinking it is really good, and you bang on. That's why I got this attitude of like, not to give a fuckness that I have.
Yeah, no, you can't.
I'm not being
Because
cocky about things. It's just like, I literally know my place in reality.
yeah, like interdimensionally, right? Like at a much
Man.
higher. Yeah, and that's what I've
I
gotten.
break off fractally everywhere. Everywhere sees me everywhere. There's just so many of me about. I'm just like, I'm everywhere all the time. Yeah, remote viewing when my spare time, I'm just like everywhere, and I'm able to, which is fantastic because it should be me. Because I keep saying this, I can't trust anyone else, but that's not the case. But it is. I'm glad anyway that I'm able. I'm glad that the creator has given me the abilities to do what I do and reach the people the way I have.
Exactly. It's like the creator has bestowed this quality on you, and it's like if you don't exercise that, then what was this experience worth in the first place?
Bang on.
And I myself have felt this past life kind of trip, where I think I came here maybe one other time, and wherever I was before this was much, much, much more, loving and expression based and about bringing together. And I feel like this matrix, this physical interpretation of the fractal, the simulacrum, I feel like it is designed for us to go through this lesson of the physical experience, to realize that, hey, and I'll break this down a little bit less philosophically. Imagine you had 2 lives ago, you were just a ball of light. You were just like a luminary. You were all things, right? You were just emitting this amazing frequency. And then you went to Earth to live a physical experience, right? And here in this physical experience, you said to yourself, like, oh, this is kind of shit, but you get to have stimulus. You get to feel physical sensations like having sex and eating food. And imagine, brother, then you die, but you came from the last place you were just a wisdom like king, you got the taste of the physical. And then now you're back here for the second round and you're like, I've done this before, so it's much easier because I remember, but I still don't want to let go of those physical sensations, those physical qualities. And I believe that's the story we get with Jesus Christ or any physical formed God. You get somebody who has to let go eventually of this physical and they transcend. And if you don't want to let go of this physical, then you're just going to keep repeating the process over and over again. You're going to be Neo who walks into the room of the architect and you say, hey, you feel like this is new because you've been wiped away like amnesia. But through our experiences right now, we're remembering, right? We remember what this all was. So as I'm remembering where I came from, I'm like, oh man, I have not lived on Earth 1,000 times because that sounds silly. I feel like this is too easy for me. I've come here once. I decided to come back because I had some work to do. I'm okay with that. I accept that. I love myself for deciding this. And now let's just be fucking amazing.
I used to think that I was like, I still do actually. I used to think I was just like invincible. I mean, that's my attitude. It's like, you can't do fuck all to me. And that would be my attitude with all of it. So
that's a huge part of letting go though, right?
Yeah. And I'm proper fearless as well. I'm always doing stupid, like really dangerous shit all the time. Because I can trust myself that I'm not going to do, like if you're on a high building, simple, don't fall off. It's quite simple. And then it's perfectly safe. Yeah. So I can trust myself with like sort of like high-end dangery things, and I don't feel fear like other people feel, because they create, well, I could be killed, the plane could crash, the boat could, this could happen. Yeah, well, we might now.
Well, you want to leverage on your fear. For instance, like it's kind of what you just brought up about standing too close to the edge of the building. Yeah, it's scary, but like, do you know what it feels like to stand at the edge of the building?
Or walk along the wall on the end of a very high building.
It's a lot different than walking on the street, right?
It makes you appreciate life a lot more. It's just that, because you got that life and death thing there that you've just created.
Absolutely.
When you get off, it makes you feel like very, very high.
Yeah, and that should empower you. That should empower you to know that you have access to that perception. Like, and you could actually, Martin, you could introduce that access to that perception even when you're sitting there with your eyes closed, laying in bed. And that's the gratitude that one would get for this experience. Like when you feel like you're failing and you've made mistakes or any of that shit, you can transcend to the moment where you were at the edge of the building and you could feel what that felt like. And that's a reminder that like, hey, I actually have everything I need. Like I have access to people, food, water. And when I think that this tiny little thing that I've blown up out of proportion to make it so much bigger than it ever could be, you choose to do that, just like you chose to stand at the edge of the building and not fear the death. You were just walking on it like calmly, and that's okay. While some people are scared shitless of everything, they're so scared of losing their life that they'll take 5 experimental jabs, even though they're going to go back to eating McDonald's and not exercising and not taking care of themselves or doing any of that stuff. So like they want a cheat code in life, but they don't want to play the game of life, which is accepting that the game is a simulacrum. It's an experience that you chose to be plugged into. And when you got here, you have a path that you could go on the path of fear, or you could go on the path of expansion.
Do you feel, or do you think along the lines ever of simulation and them out there being NPCs, etc.? Do you ever think along them lines?
I think we are the gods of our reality, and we awaken to our.
We're baby gods at the moment, just learning our techniques. We're baby gods.
Yeah, we're in the dojo. Like we're getting our black belt. Like we're in the process.
Yeah. And I can't wait till I'm double black belt. Kung Fu, grasshopper. It's gonna be epic.
Yeah, you'll be like Neo, just doing backflips and shit with nunchucks,
floating around.
You wear a cool leather jacket. But yeah, so I feel as if these entities we call NPCs, they're just characters in an empty video game. Like they're here as stunt doubles, if you will. Like when you walk around you and you see people that have almost no life force energy or no vitality within their vessel,
There's nothing.
you could
there.
quickly diagnose like what's going on here, and that I believe people should use that basic information. Don't use that to judge them or to say negative things about them. Use that to remind yourself of how fucking great you are. Like, you are a powerful being. Everything is a reflection of self. So if you see somebody who's just zombie like be okay with them. Don't be against them. They're
I
here as
mostly, sorry.
Oh
I was
no,
saying,
no,
I
no,
mostly
it's okay.
expect to see what I see every day. I know it's the weird, it sounds weird. It's like, I expect to see most of the things I see in a day, like, you know, like on the Truman Show, then cars going round and round the block. I see that, but now and again, one or two things inexplicably go against that and just like show up, or something. It's like, that wasn't in the you know, in my, you know, if you ever go and walk through a city street where there's thousands of people, you suddenly designate yourself a course. Everyone will pick up on it and move out of the way for you to go forward.
Oh my God.
One
Dude,
or
that
two,
happened to me.
they
That's
get it wrong,
happened to
one
me.
or two, and they're like, and they'll realize as well, it's like, I got it wrong, didn't I? It's like, yeah, you got it wrong, because I've already designated my route. So
Oh
that,
my
an
God.
element
Have
of
you
that.
seen that movie? Oh man, it's called Something Bureau. It's with Matt Damon.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. Oh God, it's brilliant when they got the back doors to reality.
that reminds me of what we were talking about. The Investigation Bureau or something. I forgot
Yes,
the
it
name of
is.
it.
Yeah, I know it's something like that. The
Yeah.
assessment. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, but it is a good film. It is a good film. The back doors to reality, and like they're like Time Cops as well. They got a similar map with all these.
So it's called the Adjustment Bureau.
The Adjustment Bureau.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but one of the things you said really brought something to me that I remembered. I have had experiences where I think I see another soul, like where you see another entity that is carrying this vibrational alignment. You know, it's like and it happened to me one time when I was on psychedelics, where I saw a man running in the back of. I was in a city at the time, so there was some chaos going around, and I don't like being on psychedelics when I'm outside. I rather be either completely in nature or I rather be in my house, but not walking around a city outside. This is like, it's like asking for a bad time. So I was,
anywhere.
well, I love that I did it because it reminded me of something. And I saw this man and he was wearing like black clothes, but he looked bright red. Like his body was lighting up red. And it was like a warning sign. And at that same moment, I decided to not walk down that street. I turned around and out of nowhere, I looked into the woods because it was at like the corner of town where it was a separation between a park and a city. And I looked and made eye contact with a deer. And I felt like I was having a full-blown conversation with this deer. Like I could articulate its thoughts. It spoke my language telepathically. It was the most beautiful experience I've ever had in my life. And one of the things that the deer said to me was, "We allow you guys to do this." Like basically the deer said that like we as the animal kingdom allow you humans to think you have control. Like we allow you on all the levels, the physiological, the spiritual, the conscious, all levels. And that really broke me down because I was like, oh my God.
Lovely.
Yeah. It was like the love and the compassion and the understanding I felt. And it was so wise, like basically just telling me that all this stuff that you think is bad that you guys do, like all the trash and pollution, and basically the deer was saying that like it's not even at that bad. Like we are allowing you the threshold of fuckery that you guys do here. And it was just so beautiful, like the feeling of interchanging that frequency. And I've never had that with a human. Like not even close. And I've done so much, I've done so many psychedelic experiences. I've been there, done that kind of, not to brag, but that moment specifically, like I locked eyes with consciousness, like with source itself. And I got a beautiful lesson taught to me, which was we as beings think we have so much control physiologically over what's going on here, but our imprint is actually nothing. Like, so you think about these moments like the Great Flood or whatever. Imagine how fucking vile it had to get for Mother Nature to respond that way.
I often think about it. This place is fucked. It's terrible. It's just an absolute toxic society. The food, everything about it, the water. I can't even think of an aspect, except for when you get out on your own or wherever, in the country, away from it all, is the only time, or at sea, is the only time for me personally, I like to be like 1,000 miles at sea, away from all land, to get
Have you
away
ever
from
been?
fucking nasty vibration of all of them. Yes, I've been. I was in the Merchant Navy for years. I grew up at sea. My father was an Estonian ship's captain, so I was literally conceived at sea. And all my youth, I got pictures of me as like a newborn baby on the deck.
Are you
ship.
Estonian?
Yeah.
By your nationality?
No,
Really?
I'm Welsh. I'm Welsh British, but
Yeah.
my father's Estonian.
Right.
Well, he had dual nationality, Estonian, Swedish. So he lived in Stockholm when he was alive. So yeah, so I grew up like sort of just a maritime background, really, and I grew up as like an Estonian boy, really, because I went to Estonian camp every year, and just I had Estonian relative kids who I played with, and just like I hung around with Estonians, really, when I was little.
Is there a huge cultural difference that you've noticed between being in where you are now compared to there?
Yeah, I noticed that the British culture was fucking retarded. It was stupid, racist, bigoted, fucking crap. It was all about fat pissheads or alcoholics coming home and just being nasty to their families and spending all the money. And it was all, this is the culture of Britain. Yeah. Or sitting there watching soaps. And it was just fibulous society. But Estonian culture was clean and respectful, and the kids were allowed to run rack and ruin. There was no dogging people. It was everything was fan-fucking-tastic when I was a kid. I had a brilliant childhood. I absolutely loved it. Oh, it was always brilliant doing these things. So yeah,
Wow.
British culture is a big thumbs down from me. And I know I'm British. It's just I got a lot of experience in this country, and I can honestly say it is terrible. The state of the cities, the rubbish, the trash, the lack of culture, the whole.
Well, think about it. It's like that vortex of energy that emits from the city of London, and just like the parasitic nature of.
Don't go there. Okay, go there because for that reason, literally.
I've actually said this before, brother. Like I've said that I don't like cities now because I've been to all of the major ones and I've lived in some of the major ones. I was born in New York. I went to school in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. And I actually recently just lived for like 8 months in Melbourne, Australia. And I thought that was like a smart decision for finances and whatever. But what I learned is two things. One, it's a zombie apocalypse everywhere I go. And two, I feel like the technologies that they're using there, I don't know what it is, but there's something there that's just making my frequency low. It makes me lack energy. It makes me lack creative output. I just feel like if you put me into a forest, my volume knob is at like 20. And then you put me in a city and it's like I'm on mute. Like I don't feel. And I feel like because of that lack of natural feeling, they could fill me up with whatever frequency they want to fill me up with. So now I know like that shit is designed to keep people as a zombie. It's to keep people easily programmable. You go here when we need you to go here. We could control every aspect of your reality through food, energy, water, etc. And I know that that's possible in rural areas as well. But I'm talking about like on a frequency level, I just felt off. So I'm done dealing with big cities.
Blame you. I swear it's good at sea. It's away from it all. I had exactly the same experience earlier in the year. I visited a city called Bath in England. And I just felt unwell while I was there. I don't know if it was the stone the place was built in, had some certain vibrational quality to it. Felt nauseous, had bad headache the whole time, and literally just had this feeling. And as soon as I left the city, I noticed it go. And it wasn't like I just made this up in my mind. I literally felt my body like sort of get lighter, not so ill. I was like, fuck. And I remember looking back and seeing it, as we're moving away from it, the city. I'm thinking, what the hell was wrong with that place? Whatever it was, did not agree with me. I'm telling you, I felt terrible the whole time.
I think they're probably doing some sort of magic ritual, or there's architectural layout on the city that's built a specific way to like the sacred geometry of the city, maybe the ley lines, like where the coordinates are. But you know, both me and you love to travel, and we had an awesome conversation last time about Czech Republic. We were like, just couldn't say anything bad about it, you know. And so I will preface, everything that I said before was me talking about living in cities, but I love to travel, and I have so many fond, beautiful memories of being in certain places because of something, just like because the beer is good, or because the food is good, or because the people
beautiful.
Yeah. So it's very rare for me. It's very rare for me when so many things collide into being like this picturesque, perfect, you know, society. But Prague, Czech Republic is always one of those that I think about like once a month, where I'm like, fuck, man, I want to go back, but you know, I can't because I'm in the States and I don't want to take poison to be able to move around.
Maybe that'll be lifted by, say, October, I'm thinking.
Yeah, the timeline around that's rough. I think me and you spoke a little bit about timelines.
Well, I've had a bit of a tip off. I got a friend in the Czech Republic, and she's gets like a lot of info on the political scene, and they literally have told the people in the Czech Republic to start stowing food. You know, get all your sausages and all your bread and everything in now, and stock it away, because something is going to happen. I'm thinking to the economy.
Remember, so if people remember earlier in this podcast, I was talking about Shemitah and the significance of the upcoming Rosh Hashanah in this year, and that'll be September 26th. So that's when the Shemitah is over, and then following that, in the next month, we have an eclipse, partial solar, and then early November we have a total lunar eclipse. And in my opinion, I believe there's going to be a big false flag, like huge event that happens around that time frame. We're also pushing up on the 21st anniversary of 9/11, and that 21 number is huge in the occult. So remember, 21 is three cycles of seven times seven, or seven 3 times, and that's the jackpot number. So I feel like that's the year. This is the year between September 11th and November 9th. And remember, November 9th is 9/11.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah.
So numerologically, I see a lot of significance for that upcoming total lunar eclipse that's going to happen in November. And I tell all the people on my channel regarding the financial side of things, like, expect the biggest market crash we've probably seen since maybe percentage wise the Great Depression. I mean, for tech stocks especially, things that are really, really overvalued because of fake money being pumped into the system.
Yeah, that's what's happening. They're going to definitely get rid. It's going to be a cashless society. We know this is coming. We know this is coming. It's going.
They want to put in a system that gives people a transition opportunity, where it's like, if you don't want to move into this new system, you will pay the local rate for oil, for food, for whatever it is. So that's unfortunate, because it makes it so that people who don't want to move on to that system are going to be priced out of it until like starvation is the only option. So it's really fucked up, but it's already happening. And people who don't believe this, like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings here. It's just, it is what it is. But what I can say is governments know that people will have an uprising. So the way that they will protect this from happening, an uprising, is they're probably going to use more fear. And that fear could happen through a false flag, like what they did back in 9/11. You know, that whole moment in 2000, the dot-com bubble happened. Lots of people speculatively entered investments. Housing was all over the place. And then they had the 9/11 moment. They could blame the rise for oil prices. They could blame inflation. They could do all that blaming on stuff, besides blaming themselves for the fraudulent economy that they've designed, which goes back to 1913. Like,
Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, that's the cyclical nature of it all. And we're pulling up on this particular year that falls within that cycle. So if you just look around, you'll see that the rise of oil prices is noticeable. Like in America right now, it's record breaking, the highest across the board.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's got food prices, Britain. Yeah, shooting up.
So shooting up. So they're going to leverage on this, bringing in a digital currency to everyone and a cashless society tied to a digital identification system.
So evil. They just like they'd done the same with the Rona, didn't they? You know, you can't fly, can't go on a holiday, or go and watch a concert ever again unless you have this.
Yep.
And they're doing the same with that. You know, it's just going to be like
But
compromised.
people,
like shit.
some aren't falling for that, right? So what they need to do is it's the totalitarian tiptoe, right? They just do another new thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if this next false flag, it's tied to a invasion of sorts or some sort of bombing, or it's going to be physical because they like to show you something that they could prove. You know, imagine how sophisticated these global chess players are. They didn't even need to prove a virus, and they still made everyone comply, right? And what I mean by that compliance is if you believed in it or not, you still had to shut down your business. You still weren't allowed overseas travel. So they took something away from everyone in this event. And the only people that made it through were the people that were very good at pivoting away from, you know, focused on solutions. And if you don't get prepared now and focus on solutions, then when the problem shows up, you're just going to be bitching and complaining the same way you did back in fucking COVID. So if you haven't learned your lesson, like, this is an opportunity to go from your head to your heart and start making decisions that protect your soul. Like, it's all we have left, you know? Like, if people were more protective of themselves on an energetic perspective, then they could come together as a community rather than divide. But if we're looking back at how COVID went, it was everyone pointing at people for not wearing masks, or people not. They created division through instilling fear into people about something that didn't exist.
To me, my game plan changed. You know, I thought I was in the saving humanity business. After all that, I was like, well, that's fucking gone. And the way that they sold out and gave their free will away so easily. You know, I always thought Britain was like, you know, well, fucking hell, we stood alone in 1942 against the might of Japan, Russia, and everybody. You know, fucking little island. So I always thought they had a really, you know, brave spirit and fighting spirit. You know, when they tried to introduce identity cards in the 1950s in Britain, they were up in arms in Britain. They were saying, no fucking way, this is communist behavior. Now, in this day and age, everyone's so under this hypnosis and this control that they just, it must have been a hypnosis that made them surrender so easily. Is what I'm saying.
Well, I guess the hypnosis that some of we'll just call them the NPCs to make this easy. The hypnosis that they're under is the opposite for us. Like, we are wiping away the amnesia and we're remembering who we are. Like, we're remembering where we came from. And if you know thyself and you know thy realm, then you know everything. All the wisdom and knowledge is hidden within those two things, within self and within our reality that our eyes see. But our eyes are too distracted on the hypnosis. Like, think about what hypnosis is. They utilize a optical illusion and tempo and rhythm, and they're fucking playing with your chakras to get you controlled rather than in control. But what people need to do to make some change here is to realize self. When they realize what they're capable of, what their true power is. I'm not just talking about getting as much guns and getting as much ammunition. That's not going to fucking save us. Like, a civil war and physical harm put on people or militaries will never change this world. It will only destroy it more and more and more and more. So I would even jump to a kind of a premature conclusion that the reason for the last mud flood was because people fought that battle to change. And they said, well, fuck you guys then. And they just pushed the kill switch, you know, and it just started boom, boom, like, you know, plasma events.
Loads say it in my comments. Do you think by bringing out this great truth, Martin, that they might, you know, reach a pinnacle point where they might just, you know, press the reset mud flood button? But I've already stated, like, the Agenda 2020's fallen through. They couldn't go through with that because we just passed it. They did a reset. Okay, they did a new structure, a new society, and they got all of these new babies that had just been born, where everyone was locked in and bored. The new Europeans, what are they going to be like? You know, this is a really, you know, this crossroads of humanity is really fucking fragile because of the weight of the sleepers, and, you know,
Well, now
What's
you know why they're getting the world ready for virtual reality and
yeah,
metaverse, and because
it's
when you have a
they're doing it.
fragile soul, then your physical experience is completely controlled like a puppet, right? So the puppet will just go wherever their puppet master tells them, and when they start to become too depressed and too full of anxiety because they can't afford life, they can't keep up with life at all. Like they literally can't even be here and be okay because they were psyched out to believing they should be happy, and they should always be sad when their government tells them to be, or fearful when their government when you have that type of like reality where you believe that you should always be happy, but at the same time you would confiscate your happiness, like you would allow the to forfeit your happiness whenever your television tells you to be scared or fearful. That's you're missing a life, you're existing, and you just go with the flow of what the controller tells you to do. I rather choose the path of neutrality where I'm the creator and I serve self, and everything that I do is with love. So that vibrational frequency is a feedback loop
transfers.
that
It transfers. The love transfers. It's the same with everything, even growing a plant. If you put that negative intent into that seed and you put it in, that plant's not going to be flourishing. It's the same with produce of anything, I think. You know,
I
I
love
tried
that.
to change the structure of, you know, I believe in, you know, the memory of water and structure. You know, I try to structure all my water, but my food as well. You know, sacred geometry terms, you know, we're made of water, and the vibration and the frequency that I'm creating affects all of the ether and the person stood in front of me. So I'm not going to have bad thoughts. I'm not going to create anything like that or any judgments or anything. I'm just going to be me in that, what you just said, in that neutral, okay, and just project love. And the sacred geometry will respond in kind. Same with cooking my food. I will enjoy doing it. I'll have some music on. I'll hum to my food. Yeah. And if you ask anybody who knows me, I'm a really, really fucking good cook. My food tastes fantastic.
I'm a good cook too, so that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a good grower. I'm a good cook, you know.
No, because I do the same thing you do. Like whenever I cook, I just put on my speakers, I play some music, and I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to like hang out with my food that I'm preparing, you know? Like
it.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
how
I'm
I
going to
do
get
it.
it the best I can get it. I'm going to get it
Yeah.
the best appearance. Yeah. Especially if
Yeah.
it's like I've got like dinner guests or something. I just want to blow them away with my fantastic cooking. Makes me really
Yeah, that's
happy, actually.
see, man, like you love to serve, but you also like you're there with the principles of the energetic properties of it, you know. So when that's the whole like idea and that's the journey you take, it's so much more vibrant. It has so much more life force energy behind it.
Oh, mate.
And that's
I'm
a
like a
beautiful thing.
child. I'm like a child in a new place every single day. I'm excited. Yeah. I mean, like literally, can I just show you like how much of a child I am? I show you my subscribers and your subscribers. I went like yesterday, my son's like bought this boat, and we had like this literally, rather than staying and doing like internet things, because like where I live and the internet just gets to me. I need to get away from it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let me just show you these beautiful little fluffy cygnets, okay, that come to visit us at the boat. So that's my son, Lawrence. He's got a channel, Welsh Dragon Metals. He does Bitcoin mining and
Oh, really?
yeah, well, he does e-waste. He extracts gold and platinum and precious metals out of old computers and stuff. And he
Wow.
makes ingots and platinum, and he sells all of this on eBay. And that's what earned him the money enough to buy himself a sailboat, believe it or not. He's really smart.
That's
So,
really resourceful.
yeah, he's very, very clever. He's very smart. So yeah, there was like, these were just born, these beautiful little cygnets, and just across the dock there was more hens, and they got these half a dozen little bright red-headed chicks. So it was just like, I've never seen so many fluffy chicks in one place at one time in my entire life. I get to this age and I've never seen it before. Very proud. Look at her. She's so proud of her little offspring. See, I think they feel love. You know, I literally do. If anyone says, oh, they don't, they only got pea brain, bird brains, I'm like, no, man.
No, that's silly.
They were grateful we gave them food. We had thanks. And the ducks go whack when they go away, move away from us. And I feel the way they should look really
Think
proud.
think about where attention goes, like their reality. And of course, I don't know what Swan thinks or believes, and I would never venture to say that I do
There's
know.
no
But
point.
what I can say, well, I mean, after I had that conversation with that deer and it changed my whole life, like, I mean, I know how to access that ability to talk and communicate with them. But I mean, it was just, I felt like I got a universal wisdom shared with me. But what I was about to say is that their reality in the physical is built around creation and survival. So it's about creation and protecting their creation when necessary. But other than that, it's mostly just creation. Our reality is about existing, and it's not about living. It could be living, it could be life. The swan is living because it has creation and it taps into that creative energy. So we could learn so much from animals. Like I say that my greatest teachers are the animals and Mother Nature. Like that's where I've learned my most because I
Oh,
look at it,
I've
I
got a
pay
house
attention to
rabbit.
it.
We've got a rabbit, yeah. We've always had rabbits, house rabbits. We keep them
Hmm.
in the house because we think like Hutchins are very cruel. And he just runs around, and he or she literally answers you. So do you want this, Lucky? No. Shakes head no. Or and literally communicates on that level. She's that intelligent. So, and definitely loves, because you know, you can see she's just the most loving bunny rabbit ever. So they're all like it. Anyway, all these animals. But yeah, I see what you mean. I felt that with the swans. I really felt that with the swans today. That you know, that little bit of psychic thing. I'm always with animals. I'll psychically say, you know, like, because they're very, you know, humble, aren't they? You've got to be respectful. Yeah, I'm coming in, you know, love you and be nice. And I'll say this psychically before I go into any animal, dogs, cats, or anything. I speak to them with my mind first. But I've always had an affinity with animals. They all seem to love me. Don't get like attacked by packs of dogs like the way I used to when I was young.
Well, they feel your vibrational frequency, you know, like when you operate in a state of love, like they're not worried about you. When you're in a state of fear, or your whole mission is to hurt them or harm them, like with hunting, then what do you expect?
Ooh,
They're, you know, what do you expect them to act like? So it's pretty basic.
oh, that must be really like. I was wondering about people who do things like cruelty to animals, badger baiting, or hurting a dog, or anybody who hurts anything really. I'm thinking about their karmic, like, you know, the karmic effect. Don't even think about what's going to happen to them. I was watching drug addicts earlier. I watched them go in a taxi, scoring their drugs, getting back in the taxi, and then just thought the way that they conducting their lives. And I thought, like, that's just really dirty shit. They're going to be really paying the price karmically for that later on, if not in this life, because the government are just letting it all carry on like it's not even illegal anymore. It's just like they want, it's like a form of, I don't know, Marxist, cultural Marxism. They want the whole of the system to be septic, the whole of
Yeah.
it's geared
Well, they know
towards
that
ideal. Yeah,
remember
which it
what I
is.
was telling you about earlier with having all this time of pushing Christianity and like a global religion, and then you move it into scientism? Well, it's the same
Yeah.
thing with having people be scared to do drugs and having all the law be so, you know, serious about it, and the crime aspect of being a drug addict. And they pushed that for years and years and years and years and years. And it got people into a position, well, if they want drugs, well, they need to do it sneakily. Like they need to sneak around in
Well,
order to
yeah,
get it.
years ago, you know, just getting a bit of weed was like a
Right.
major operation.
So now look at how quick it was to transform to the way that people are now, because they're primed. They were, you know, the ones who were running this matrix, the stewards of this matrix, are incredibly sophisticated. Like they're chess players. They think in 100, 200, 300 year time horizons, because they know when this realm is going to get wiped out. They know how we behave as a collective conscious. They know how to dictate the overall behavior through the collective conscious. So everything they're doing is so systematically perfect. And look at how it works on the world stage. But who does it not work on? It does not work on us.
I think
Like
they changed their plans. I do. I don't think it's gone to plan at all for them. I really don't. I think they've had to amend them and change them. I really do. I mean, this awakening is coming on too strong. The internet has like helped it famously, and the last 2 years, everyone's looking into like what they call conspiracy or just truth matters. A lot of people are waking up. You know, I got people pulling me all the time just in the street, wide awake, knows all of the score. You know, about the tactics, the way this.
Well, remember, I said they're chess players, and an excellent chess player is 5, 6, 7 moves ahead. So when people think that Agenda 2030 is the truth, and by knowing Agenda 2030, you're quote unquote awake, like, I'm sorry to burst people's bubbles, but they gave you the fucking move ahead, but they're 10 moves ahead. So what they are aware of about Mother Nature, that's the plan that me and you will never find out, but you're in the process of uncovering what's happened in the past, and you're seeing the cyclical nature of it and the reason for it and why they hide it. That is why, you know what I'm saying? So if they're giving you things like, I'll say one last thing. Right now, I'm even seeing across mainstream media, they're talking about food shortages. But 2 years ago, that was like hidden esoteric knowledge. Like, people in the know were aware that this will eventually happen. But now they're talking about it all day. And I believe that was part of their chess move, to get people to believe that the food will go away, when in actuality, it's the identification system tied to food is what will come. The food is going to be here forever.
Yeah.
It's the food privilege that's going to go away. So people need to think a little deeper. Like, they're giving you Agenda 2030 because they know that you guys, like the ones who are seeking this knowledge, you're going to find it. And when you find it, you're going to spread it. You're going to make videos about it. You're going to talk about it. Do we not think that that was the purpose of computers in the first place? It's called the World Wide Web. If they can't catch you on one web, they'll catch you on another part of the web. This is why we have the Q psyop, and why we have all these people thinking that Trump is the second coming of Christ, and like all this bullshit. But it exists because what were we talking about earlier? The cult member needs a cult to belong to. They're not seeking truth. They're seeking someone else's truth. And in this process, through belief will plasmatize the reality to accept without seeking any further. So when they get here to where you're at, they might give up. They might say, okay, Martin is telling the absolute 100, like 10% truth. But Martin's sitting here saying, no, guys, like, I'm sharing this because I want you guys to add to it so that we could all as a community figure out. Like, it's not about being the leader. It's about like, it's
how this is all worked. Listen,
you're just the one who's courageous. You're just the one who's courageous enough to do it.
Take the baton and go on their channels and talk about it and get further and find out different stuff and different discoveries. And this is how all this is.
You're just courageous and talented enough to do it. Like, you desire to do it, so you do. And maybe other people don't. But this isn't to sit here and say that Watersabove Crypto is telling the 100% fact truth about this entire reality. It's no, I'm here sharing my truth, my perspective with you guys. And I know I have a talent and a skill of articulating it in a way that's accepted. I'm not trying to be loud and yell at people and shove the truth down their throats. I also don't really care if someone believes me or not. Like, it's not my desire to wake someone up or to prove myself. Like, I'm an artist, and when you create art, there's no truth behind art. Like, it just is. And you either like observing it or you don't. And if you are influenced by the observation of it, then beautiful. You'll go on and do something beautiful as well. And hopefully all the artists tap into that frequency so that we could help everyone move from being a consumer to a creator.
Yeah, man. This stuff is just the most beautiful of imagery, and the whole vibration of it. You know, I just look at it. It's changed. Like, you know, I'm into all like, high-end classical music and all of this imagery, and I just love the whole, quality of it. It is a fantastical, unbelievable, and the evidence is everywhere for my subject. Every single Asian culture tells the same story. They got giants included. They got these mermaids, you know, coming up from the water. You get the same in Krishna consciousness. Krishna comes out of a whale like Jonah in the whale. You know, there's all of these crossovers with all of these different.
There's always the return back to the sea, right? The sea is, and that's where it comes back to admiralty law, maritime law. It's like,
you know it.
when you're at sea, you're free.
Be
so
bailed out, mate.
You want to be with. It's like while you're here in this physical, you want to be with Poseidon. Like you want to be with Neptune. Like that's how you access true freedom in this realm. You got to be at the waters. And that's why I named my channel Waters Above, because not only the tie back to the firmament, but some of the things you were talking about with the work of Emoto, of blessing your water, and just learning I mean, I could talk about it all day, but just the basics of it was, it's as above, so below. So it's like the waters above and the oceans below. And this is where you have your sovereignty, like, and that is the only opportunity. So I love the mythologies, and I talk about the mythologies quite a bit in my work. And I think a lot of your work and the crossover there could be part of maybe like a future podcast we do, where we just talk about like, you know, maybe mythologies, Greco-Roman, and tying it all back to some of the findings that you have. I think it'd be very, very interesting, because I know you have so many things you could just dig up on demand.
So much. Just name it. I could pull something up on it. It'll blow your mind. I've got everything there, and I can grab everything to where I need it as well. Like, you know, just I know where everything is. If that makes sense. My bookmarks, like 7 years of bookmarks.
Holy shit. So are you really organized with all the imagery that you save, or are you like, have you devised the system so that it's easy for you to go back to stuff?
It'd be easy for me. It'd be impossible for anyone else.
if the FBI got your computer or something.
It'd just be too difficult. They wouldn't make head.al out of it, but it all makes perfect sense to me, if that makes sense. So yeah, I've got like a massive resource. I've been trying to give it away free to the community for the longest time. I've just got millions of images, like literally like gigabytes and gigabytes of just the juiciest architectural imagery you could imagine. All this mud flood stuff and the old world. This is in Nottingham.
Oh man, you know, growing up in New York, especially in Brooklyn, like I used to see this stuff all the time, and I overlooked it. And as a kid, I would always walk by stuff and I would ask my mom, I'm like, what's up with these like small windows? Like, what is that? Like, what are and when you live inside of I was born and spent my first, you know, like decade or so living in a brownstone, huge like brick building.
Wow.
And you know, it had a lot of these qualities of being completely part of a terraforming experiment of sorts. And I could see it now, like all the houses, they added stair steps to the front of them, and they were just additions added on later. It's like you could tell the building didn't have this initially, because the stonework, like the masonry, is just of two separate eras. So that's one thing that I have personal experience with, where I was walking around and I'm seeing the brick building, and the stair was totally added at separate timelines.
Cool. Whoa. I have covered them steps in Brooklyn. There was an article where they were on about the communities that sits on them over the years, you know, and it's an essential part of Brooklyn's culture, these steps and all the groups that meet on them. And I'm like, are they just telling us? Because you got these, you know, these later editions, you know, why would you put a doorway like on the first floor anyway? And why these, you know?
Yeah, man, I've seen cathedrals with small doors inside of big doors, like huge doors that like are just titanic size, and tiny little door next to it. It's like here's the door for you guys, and here's the door for those guys.
The other ones. Yeah. And some of the heights on these, you know, especially the Gothic cathedrals of England, like look at this. I don't know if you see this image. Just look at the size of the people to the vaulting. It's
and that's realistic. That's actually a realistic representation.
This is St. Peter's Basilica. This is because I recognize the altar.
Have you been there personally?
Yeah, I've been to Rome twice, man. Yeah, I went to see the Pope once, but I didn't get there because I basically got too wrecked. And like, I thought,
did you tickle his nose a little bit?
No, I'd seen him before anyway. He'd sort of blessed me in Ely, where I live. He went past in the Pope mobile. He went to Pontcanna Fields, and 500,000 people waving little flags. And he came past to go to the airport where I live on the main road. So me and my friends went down there. And one of my friends actually shouted some sort of abuse at him. He went, "Oi, skinhead," like that. And he looked straight over and went, "Bless you, my son," to me and my friend Nobby. We looked at one another and we went like that to one another. We
Oh
got
my God,
blessed.
that's one of those times that if you had a iPhone, it would have been amazing.
Mate, if you had an iPhone, it'd be one of those best moments ever. And do you know, I was right outside the Catholic church where they actually buried my wife. And it's been like this sort of like really significant times in my life have been all in this area where the Pope once blessed me. It's like, I was like,
Wow.
"Oh, what, here again?" It's like when the Pope blessed me, like, it's just like, this is weird. There's New York City. Look, 1911, a trip to New York City. Oh, I had
Oh,
that
man.
on film. I got that on film as well. I got this. I was just walking over the bridges into New York from Brooklyn, and just everyone is immaculately turned out. You know, how are they doing this shit? You know, they're all got starch in their shirts, but you know, how are they ironing things? How are they washing them? And none of them got automatic washing machines.
Yeah,
And
there
so
wasn't even like, I don't even think power tools were invented then.
well, 1911, I think they had like a lot of good technology, but I'm just saying, like, it's just compared to today when they can't even be bothered actually getting dressed. The quality.
No, that's what I
you know,
meant, to be able to
mel-
launder at scale at that level,
oh,
with that type of material and to
and all
maintain its
that
quality.
food. You know,
Yeah,
it's just the thing is, in them days,
it would
people didn't like.
require like some serious
They would
machinery to.
acquire stuff and they would
Yeah,
like have sewing machines. They would learn all of these skills that are lost to us now. You know,
right.
I noticed in the Czech Republic, they teach the children, right? So you can go home from work 2 o'clock and the kids go home from school 2 o'clock and you can have your normal life where it's
Mm.
not latchkey kids and you never flipping see them, right? And they literally have like an hour of foraging in the forest. They teach them which mushrooms are safe to eat and which grasses, you know, like normal grass.
Mhm.
Like literally, they're picking through the grass over there and they're just filling a basket of good edible salad stuff. Yeah, just from like a grass verge. And I'm like,
Right.
what? And I'm like, how different it is in Britain. You know, all of they're taught you is basically how to, you know, how you wear your man bag and how many fucking crack rocks you can get in it. Is what they learn you here, right?
So, Martin, for people who are followers of my work, when do you think the year was of the reset? Or like if you could pinpoint a time frame to make sense of all of this for people who are new to your work?
Okay. Well, I proposed that the first millennium AD, the first 1,000 years AD, was added to the calendar. We find clues through date anomalies, a J designation instead of an I, or and an I instead of a 1 at the beginning of, say, a 1760s date on a building
Mhm.
or a gravestone. So I actually proposed in my latest book, The Holy Grail of the Great Reset, the date of April the 1st, 1300 as a possible reset date because something really bad went on in Jerusalem. The Knights Templar fucked off, set up Swiss state that very year, and they took something with them. They had some sort of technology. I
So
feel
1300 exactly, or
well,
13.
April the 1st in April year
Hmm.
1300 itself. Yes. So, but I can't exactly say whether
They
that's
probably had the
exactly the
Ark of the
case.
Covenant.
Well, this is what I was. This is what I'm suggesting. Okay,
Yeah,
the
that's
Ark of
what
the
I think
Covenant,
based off of the way you
and
described it. They probably
possibly
had the Ark
still
of the
there.
Covenant.
Yeah, and maybe in Zurich because you can't like they're really funny when you visit Switzerland. They don't like outsiders, and they are left alone in 2 world wars. All of the world's finances are kept there. It's the world's most natural safe because it's surrounded
Yeah,
by
it's
the
like
Alps.
it's a money washing operation. Like
Yeah.
that's what their role is for the economy and the
Look,
globalist
they
economy.
know. I can't imagine the police rolling through these Britain's shitty streets and seeing these shops and these units that never ever got a fucking customer ever go in them that are obviously fronts and money laundering operations. Do you think the police just drive past them when everyone else knows that they are and think, oh, they might be a laundering operation? They know all of these companies that are not spinning anything, an operation. So they're allowing that to go on, aren't they? Because there's so
Yep.
much of it. So it's part of that degradation of society thing again that they're doing to us. This is how we used to be, look, 100 years ago. Fresh air, okay? We had these giant organs in our resonating devices, which would emanate a frequency.
And
maybe
look at the
4
street.
hertz
Can you
hertz.
zoom in? Zoom
Yeah,
into the
sure.
street.
Yeah.
Look at
Just-
that street, dude.
Yeah. Everyone is spotless. Everything is, you know, they paint the, oh, you've never had it so good now, they tell you. They say
Mhm.
that you had really short longevity rates. You know, everyone was having 8 children because 4 of them were naturally going to die. And
Yeah.
this was the situation in the late 1800s, when it turns out that everybody
And you could see
looks-
the free energy everywhere.
yeah, free energy everywhere. Everyone got rosy cheeks as well. Do you notice that in the 1800s photos, the color ones, everyone looks wonderfully, wonderfully healthy. Everyone is immaculately turned out. It's just the most
It's
amazing
bizarre.
time. Yeah. And compared to now, and how, you know, it's just trash and everything's just no respect for the place where they live. Like in the Czech Republic, the people are not stupid there. They look after the environment where they live. And as a result, it looks absolutely beautiful. In Britain, they don't do it. They literally ruin the environment they live. No respect. I can understand why.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the councils don't really clean the place up. They don't care. This is the anomalies, like I'm trying to show. This was taken by a friend of mine in a church in the north of England. And there's this strange, not exactly a 1, for 1, 6, and whatever they are, 1, 1. They got this one as well. I tried to work out what the HB was. I think it was something to do with gravitational density. See this? This is the Royal Hotel in Cardiff, right? It's got the mud flood windows. I walked past it about an hour, well, a couple of hours ago. And in here, that plaque there is where it's called the basically the last voyage of Captain Scott went from Cardiff on the Terra Nova, and the night before he went for his last meal in years. So they call this the Scott Rooms. So the ill-fated journey to Antarctica. You know, I may be out for some time. Don't worry, I will die. And he goes off, and it's like, oh shit! If you just waited till morning, till
Oh
the
my
snow
goodness,
cleared.
dude. Look at this fucking stonework.
It's like that in that Ohio State building.
Are you
It's just,
serious?
how are they turning this, right? I worked in
This is
stonemasonry, right,
insane,
Jordan, right? And I tell you what, to work with marble is a bastard. There's no room for error. If you chip off too much, you've got to start with a new piece. In this case, what are they using? What kind of technology for
my
turning
God.
this? And each
I
of
mean,
these
it
is
looks molded,
red.
right? Like it looks like it's been put into a mold. That's how
Well, this is what
perfect
we
it looks.
yeah, we suggested that. I
There's
just show
probably
you.
some sort of do you believe that there could be some sort of chemical treatment that they could put onto certain certain minerals, certain mineral you know, like when they want to take or extract gold dust or gold particles, little
Yeah.
gold chunks, they use a specific chemicals, and they're able to do this process. So I'm wondering, like, maybe that's part of the molding process where they're able to take natural pieces of slabs of granite or whatever and almost liquefy it, like
Yeah.
liquefy it to pour it just like metal. Like, and I mean, even some of the statues that we've seen, you know, they
Oh,
look
God.
so realistic that it could.
Oh, you're joking, and let me show you some. Oh my God, let me show you some subscribers. Some of this.
And that's not me saying that that's my like final theory. It's just something I've thought about, like, because some of the stonework is just absolutely impossible to have been chiseled. It looks like it was liquefied and then molded.
Okay. Well, we have suggested this, but I don't know if you watched my last post when I just went to the Czech Republic, but I went to a place called Krumlov. I could show you in a minute, and it just looked like the place had been 3D printed. And some of the statues that I photographed in some of the cemeteries, because I like I really love some of these cemetery art pieces are masterpieces, and they're in cemeteries. Yeah.
So like
no
for
one's
people who
appreciated them. Yeah.
for people coming from my channel that are watching this, like, just imagine, like, if you go back 2 pictures ago to that woman who was standing near that
very touching. I love
obelisk or
this one.
whatever.
Yeah.
That is, look at her shawl, like her the gown she's wearing is draping, and the nuance of the shadow work. I mean, it's humans.
It goes deeper. It's they capture
In
the person's
person, I couldn't even imagine.
consciousness.
Right.
How do they do that?
Right.
A moment, like a moment of sadness or thought, and they capture it. But you know what? Like you're on about the shadow and the veiling clothes, and how
Yeah,
amazing they've done it. When we look into these like shrink wrapped statues, where it looks like
yeah.
they could have been a human being, okay,
So
and some sort of penalty in the Phoenician world where they're turned to stone. You ever heard the yellow song "Turned to Stone"? There's so many songs which would suggest that at some stage we might have been solidified, turned to stone.
dude,
But
yeah, it's like that's the Medusa. That's the
yeah, the
Medusa
Medusa
concept.
effect. Yeah, definitely. Which is
So, Martin, I've actually spent a lot of time in Europe, and I was fascinated with Napoli, and I've been probably to Napoli the most out of any city that I've been in the world, actually, outside of American cities. And I was just obsessed with this one museum called Capola San Severo. Have you ever heard of this?
no.
Okay.
I haven't been there. I've been to Florence, Rome, and a lot of the
Right.
Italian cities.
So Martin, like in the chat of the StreamYard, I'm gonna send you a couple links for you to pull up while you're screen sharing.
Cool.
And look at this first one that I sent you. So this is I just want everyone to see how insane this looks.
Yeah, let me stop sharing screen and I can show them for you. A second.
If you go to the StreamYard link, you'll be able to.
Sweet. All right, let's have a look at this then. Oh, well. Oh, what? Okay.
So that's netting that's made out of stone.
Well, I know. I've covered it like for the last 5 years. Blown away.
And then
the
the
first time I
second
talked
link
about Fisherman was 5 years ago. Now it is blown my mind. First time I ever saw it. The intricacy. Let me just show. Oh, excuse me.
So I was lucky enough to be kind of had my eyes fixed on this place, and I took it seriously, even though I wasn't anywhere near aware of what I'm aware of today. And I was just blown away by this. Okay, so you see this woman laying down? She has a
covered it.
Okay, yep. I would have assumed that you would have heard of this, but I've been there a bunch of times in person, and then imagine me seeing all this stuff in person and then finding like your work and being like, "Oh my God, this is all making sense now." Like there is no way the species of human that we're dealing with today was capable of even just the bed. Look at the bed she's laying on. And
this Giuseppe San Martino, commissioned by
And they're saying it was made in 1753. I mean, come on.
No. And what technologies? Trying to, the veil Christ. Try and work out what technologies to get something, to that quality that it looks like a human being. And
so anyone,
it's just
anyone who wanted to go to this place, if you live in Europe and you're able to travel around, it's in Napoli, and inside of the same place, they have a real human being who has been their body. I don't know how they did this, but their body was like filled with some sort of embalming liquid, and you can see all the vascular system of a corpse, and it's still like kept in preserved, and it's at that place. So it's like out of all the places, not only do they have two of the most mind-blowing sculptures I've ever seen in the same place, but they also have this really awkward like embalmed body that's just part of the display of so I mean it is a little bit of a fee to get in, but it's a really educational and enlightening moment for anyone who's interested in your work or my work.
Them veiled ones. These I took last week in Prague, outside the Prague railway station, and we literally like had our minds blown. I did a little bit of film. We walked on the back. They literally excavated it and just exposed the lower windows, lower doors, maybe 30 foot below ground level. I was talking about Woodrow Wilson earlier, so he's a bit of a patron.
and likes the Czech Republic. But yeah, we went to this place, and you were just talking about like this poured stone. Like this one, for example, this was in a cemetery, but it was like, it was eerie how lifelike and it actually looked. It was just the weirdest thing. That's supposed to be Tesla's death mask there. I'm not buying that though. Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, I am very much into statues, actually. So I don't know what that is. I've been covering these in the recent weeks, these jeweled skeletons.
There's this one place, I think it's in Norway. I think it's either Norway or it's a park of statues where
Yeah,
they're
I've
all just
covered
like
it. Yeah, they're
in
twisted.
very
There's like guys with like babies on their feet and stuff.
yes, yeah,
It's like
that
really
thing was
weird.
really, yeah, and I assume that's very modern. That must have been put up
Yeah,
recently.
it is. Well, it was there when in the 70s, because my father sent me a postcard from when he was in Oslo or something, and it had
Yeah,
that park, and I
but
remember looking at it thinking, "What?
what I
That's
love to do when
nuts."
I find stuff like that, Martin, is I go to the artist and I go find out what they were on about, like find out what they were into, because you're probably going to find so much through them, like their study. Because anyone who's an architect, who's making sculpture art, they have influences and they have people that like they aspire, and they might
Well,
even
sure.
have biographies and stuff written about them. So
Well,
yeah,
I'm not
that's
buying it with a lot of them. Like I looked into the life of Benini, and he's just like the Beatles, an impossible amount of content for the time he was around. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it's just like the
No,
Beatles.
I would
Yeah,
assume they just give them the script, they give them
yeah,
the
sure,
script and they live like Tesla. They just give him the script and he lives the
exactly.
script. And I've tried telling that, and it's actually offended quite a lot of people when I've spoken about Tesla. I don't know
Oh, I'm
why,
always
because
offending people one way or another by opening my mouth, apparently. But I have mentioned Tesla only a couple of days ago, and I'm going
oh,
to
you're
the
funny,
Tesla
man.
Museum.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
said like,
he's
I
the
don't think
alien
Tesla's
dialectic.
real.
It's the
And
official story, isn't it, of free energy to get, to give you
yeah.
so duper's delight, and he's the opposite dialectic for Edison to make the
Mhm.
whole thing work.
But I don't get why that offends people to be open-minded. Like, just because it's like the same thing behind the pyramid story. If like, just because I don't believe either of the popular narratives doesn't mean that I'm like trying to hurt your feelings. Like, I'm just seeking deeper truths. And
If you can
if
think whatever you want, it's like it's why do people always want you to think what they're thinking? That does my head in. That does.
right,
It's like,
well, because that's the most comfortable place to exist, is where
well,
someone wants you to be. That's
well,
why
with this
like a
cult
free
mentality you were mentioning, they can be cults of I don't know, BMW owners. It's just they got people. They got to have this comfort blanket, yeah, where they've
it's
all got to be
groupthink.
groupthink, yeah, and we'll all like everyone else can go and do one, and they got that attitude as well, thinking they're all aloof. See
Pour
that?
syrup on this baby.
Yeah, look. Hang on. Sweet baby Jesus. Don't look. Sorry to your subscribers. I don't want to ruin the tone. Dr. Livingston, I presume. So yeah, I'm really into sculpture. There's with the art as well. I look a lot into Renaissance art, and the same thing you mentioned with the veins. You get with Benini, and I covered like Michelangelo's. No, I've covered the statue of Michael, and you want to see the veins. But
Oh,
again,
that's crazy. Yeah.
look at this. How are they doing that with stone? And if you could have a go of banging this stone with a chisel yourself, and they're only supposed to have like copper chisels at this period, by the way, and then they sharpen them and pass them to their assistant, who sharpens it.
How
for
dare
20
you?
minutes.
How dare you, Martin?
Apparently.
How dare you doubt the skill of
What about that then? Okay, right. So you're a sculptor,
wow.
right?
What's
So
this?
you've got the ability. Okay, this is another Italian piece, and I can't remember. I think
Wow. That
right
is
now
just
I got
mind-blowing.
endless amounts of these. This is not the only one. There's a few of these, right, where they've managed to get transparency effect in stone.
Yeah.
So dig stone that's put on so thin, like lace or
Yeah.
veil. Okay, that you can like literally see through. It's stone.
Yeah.
It's just blows
I love
my
stuff.
head
I
off.
love stuff like this, man, because it's like it really just goes to show that there's something going on, and what they keep us distracted with is
I
just
bet.
a bunch of scholastic, you know. And imagine you go to an art school, right? You pay
Yeah.
money, premium money to go to an art school, and then they're just selling you narratives and telling you, everything about the past, but they have no ability to show you how it could be done today.
Do you know
And I
what?
think that's really
You're right.
like a kind of a slap in the face to people who pay money to academia to become artists, when it's just showing you like, hey, you're inferior and you'll never be able to do this because we don't even know how it was done. And
Hmm.
we could give you the story, we could explain to you what narrative
Bang
was
on.
written by the person who employs me, but other than that, that's where it ends. And I think that's really interesting to assume that that's the control system as well of the truth. Like the narrative is dictated by the winner, right?
Mm.
That's why the story of World War II went the way that it did. That's why the story of transatlantic slave trade went the way it did. That's why the story of everything you cover is the complete opposite of what your work, right? You're trying to show that hidden past and how it's right there in front of our face, and all we have to do is have the eye to see what our eyes can't see. It's like
I agree completely.
the they live glasses,
Seen Hairy Mary?
Harry
Yeah,
Mary.
Hairy Mary. No,
Is
I had
that that's actually a specific that's a specific deity. I forgot her name. She's
well,
Saint Corona, right? That's Saint Corona.
it could be, but she's pretty hairy. She just like let that under air ham get out of control. I did a video called "The Impossible Benini" when I cover Benini sculptures, and literally I had a famous sculptor turn up in my comments. I looked him up on Google. He was proper famous, and he said, "Well, I can make this stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, but guy, listen to me. You're using modern tools." He's got like literally like diamond disc saws and stuff that they're not supposed to have then. And I looked at his work, and I had to tell him, I didn't want to be offensive, that his stuff was not like Benini's. It had no soul. It didn't move me. It did nothing to me. It had missed everything. Although it was like fantastic work, it completely missed everything. It just didn't do the same thing. It had no soul in it. But it looked like it, but it wasn't it, if that makes any sense.
Did you share that with him? What you said?
Yes. Yes, I did. I did.
Did he take offense to it, or did he look at it as a moment to kind of reflect? Or
no, he was taking the I'm a superior academic standpoint
okay.
and attitude towards speaking to me.
Mm.
So, they were like not as an equal. He was my superior because of his classical education, and he can remember some stuff. Well done, Professor Knob. But yeah, his artwork was really good. But I guessing if he's been given a chisel by his, squillionaire parents from the age of 10 and say, just keep chiseling that shit, you're going to get good. So I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying he did have a natural talent. But it does take, especially with sculpture, that's a lot of effort. It's physical effort.
Have you seen the work of Shukalski? I mean, if you want to have your like mind blown, his name is Stanislav Shukalski.
It does ring a bell.
He actually they made a Netflix documentary on him that was really good. So I highly recommend, out of any sculptor that has lived in our time that has shown us how this is real, like the excellence, and but so he wasn't replicating reality. He was giving us like his alternate reality. So he was a creative. I would consider the work of Shukalski similar to like a psychedelic trip or something, like
Wow.
what you would see in sculpture if you were able to allow your mind to go there.
Yeah,
But
like listening to a Pink Floyd album tripping is
sure,
how he's
yeah,
supposed to listen
exactly.
to
It's
it.
experimental. It's experimental. It's not there to make you feel good or to feel structured. It's there to alleviate structure and to allow you to explore the chaos of music, And with Shukalski's work, I actually was lucky because I don't have
Have you
any
got a
fucking.
link for that? Because I would never know how to spell.
Totally, brother. I'll just
Or
send you
even
I'll just send
say
you
that.
his in the
Oh,
chat right here. And you could probably just pull it up. It'll bring you to the images of his work, and you'll see it. And you could look at some of his sculpture. I mean, dude, it's amazing. This is like mind-blowing shit. And so he was tied to Nazis with the National Socialist Party, and they were super occultists. Like they were really into energy and knowing about how to access free and alternative energies. And they sought him out during that time to make some stuff for them because his work was just so brilliant. And he was studying all the cultures, so he has some Mayan influence in his work. It transcends like all of art in all ways. He was a Polish, but he lived most of his life in Los Angeles.
He was Polish. I used to read an author called Stanislaw Slem. He did a book called The Futurological Congress. He was a sci-fi writer. Fantastic. Fantastic.
So look at that hand. Look at that hand that's right up in the middle of your screen. If you just go up slightly.
This?
Over a little more. It's just the hand. No, a little directly in the center.
This is that.
Boom.
Hand. Oh, sure.
Look at the tip of his fingers.
Let's have a look.
It's just amazing. Like I don't understand where this guy's mind was at that time. He was really into something.
Oh, it's not going to come up. It's one of those.
You could just probably view file, like it has, or you could double click it and open image in new tab or something.
All right. It's on Pinterest. Oh, it's on Pinterest. There you go. Well,
like you could see the vascularity in the hand and all sorts of craziness. Like he designed how he wanted the anatomy to be.
What's that thing on the thumb? Like some sort of
just like these creatures.
Well, that is so trippy. Let's have a look what else he does. Oh shit! It did rewrote me. Excuse me.
Yeah, this guy's work.
I'll just say his name again. Stanislaw.
It's right there in your search. If you look up, boom.
I got him.
Just
Stanislaw Sukolski.
Yeah, Shukalski. You could save him, and you should probably look up his work when you have some free time. And I would definitely recommend, actually, and I never recommend.
Oh, this is exactly the sort of, I love all of that. Sometimes I look at some of this esoteric art and I think, Christ, I does better than that. Because I'm always like jotting down like pictures and doing stuff, you know? And some of them I'm attracted to, and I've like covered a few artists similar.
This guy's inspired me, like as an artist.
Amazing.
As an artist, he inspired me.
So is he dead now, or is he still around? Is he contemporary? Is he?
Yeah, he's dead. Look at that, the elephant that he made carved out of the mountain face. It's the one orange picture that you had pulled up a moment ago. Just some craziness going on here.
Can't find it. Pulled that one up. They're a bit small, aren't they? Make them a bit bigger. Oh, there you go. Oh, there he is. He looks an interesting chap.
Yeah, he's when you hear him talking too, he's out of his mind. He's proper mental. Like he's out of his mind. Well, he can't hold coherence in his, like when he talks, he's just all over the place.
Well, have you seen Salvador Dali?
Yeah, very similar. You see this one, pause real quick. You see the Eye of Ra on the top left.
That's nice. That is really cool.
And he shows it as something that's giving to the
could also be like the pineal gland, couldn't it? Because like
exactly.
You've got like the whirlpool going on, you know, so could be. Yeah. I had my pineal gland slam open walking down the road once. It was most impromptu and most like I'm in the wrong place for this to be happening scenario, unimaginable it was. And it was like, you know, basically on a busy road with people and stuff. It's just not the place you want that to happen. And I was like, oh my God, not induced, it just came out of fucking nowhere. I was just like walking along, bam. And then it was everything. And I'm like, holy shit, you know. And I knew what had happened as well, because, you know, I'd been sorting my water out, and I've been trying to decalcify my pineal gland for quite some time through what, you know, lack of anything fluoridic in my diet, if I could help it. So what's this? He's doing the
It's like the Romulus and Remus wolf
thing going on, isn't there? I think there's a clue to Romulus and Remus. So they're twins, aren't they?
Mm.
And they're Etruscan, and they're the founders for the Roman classical empire. And they're suckled by a
probably has
wolf.
something to do with Gemini. Yeah, so their mother
the twins.
was a wolf.
Yeah, so suckled by a wolf. Yeah, so like, you know, that doesn't seem realistic, does it? Yeah. You never know. Could.
Hey man, before this time, I mean, things looked pretty crazy. There's like face, chest humans and shit.
Oh, I got pictures of the face. They're called the one. Well, excuse me,
the Blemmy. Yeah,
yeah. Alexander the Great said he'd seen them as well. Oh, there's interesting. It looks like an antiquity building, that one.
Yeah, there's tons of that in his work where he shows you architecture that like seems impossible, but it's probably been something that you've seen in other works.
He's exposing secrets. This guy's an insider. He knows.
Oh yeah. So you saw that one that he did one of Mercury, of the god Mercury.
Yeah, sure.
Mercurial. And he clearly studies the mythologies, and he was showing a lot of this stuff in his work. Right there, boom, you're on it. Yeah. So that's Thoth. That's like wisdom. That's knowledge.
Yeah, I covered the Emerald Tablets and Thoth in the past, and Hermes Trismegistus, or aka Mercury, and his Caduceus, and all of his. I proposed that it was some sort of technology, because it had like two converging serpents.
It is.
The top. There's some sort of electromagnetic technology.
And you've seen, right? The Pope walks around with that same shit. Like the Pope's scepter, the scepters that these guys hold, they always have that sort of like, they're showing you the free technology. They're not hiding it from anyone. People just don't pay attention to these little accessories they carry around. Like the process of the Queen going through her, you know, they have like Platinum Jubilee, Sapphire Jubilee.
Oh, we got one this year. We got a new one this year. Now all of the little Queen fans are all going to be like waving little flags.
Yeah, so that's a huge part of my work, because Jubilee is biblically the 50th year after 7 cycles of 7 years. So I was talking about the Shemitah, which is the 7-year cycle. And on 7 cycles of 7 Shemitahs, on the 50th year, which is the following year, you have what's called Jubilee. And that's why every 50 years you have another cycle to pay attention to. So that's a huge thing for this year. And it's why I believe there'll be some sort of global currency reset in the year of 2023. Not in 2020, not in 2022, but it'll show its fangs in October to November, because that's the transition after Rosh Hashanah. So it's like a mix between the lunar calendar and this other calendar they're using, which is a mishmash of different, you know, cultures and timekeeping devices. And, you know, so anyways, to make this simple, that all ties into Platinum Jubilee. And we just had in the United States, Pluto's return, and they say the last time allegedly that we had this astrological phenomenon was in 1776, which was the year that America got its independence. Again, this is what they tell us, but what I'm trying to say is that I think it's just funny.
It's like the Holy Star, isn't it?
Yeah, they're giving us clues. They're giving us clues. Like,
no, you're right. They are
just think about it. They're saying that the last Platinum Jubilee, or the last Pluto's return astrologically, it happened when America got its independence. And now you see like it's kind of pushing in a direction where it seems like America's losing its superpower kind of grasp over the world, and influence at least. And now it's moving a little bit towards a restructuring where globalism will show itself. Globalism has always been, but they're getting ready to show you that it's going to be globalist through a one world currency, one world government. You know, they're getting ready to. The last thing I'll say is, they're showing you all the leadership right now as the worst quality leadership. Like they're buffoons, they're failures. But they're doing this on purpose. They're they're doing this on purpose because they want people to give up on leadership. They want to get ready to have a global leadership where if you're, if Boris Johnson's a sack of shit and Joe Biden's a sack of shit and everyone has just accepted that their leadership is inadequate and that the people are not good enough at voting, which we know is a fraud, they are getting you ready for the United Nations to become your global government. So it'll be the United Nations, World Economic Forum, and all of these kind of tentacles will start to show themselves for once. People that have been studying this, we've been already aware that this is kind of the system already. They're just taking this time to place the infrastructure so that they can get away with it. And when they get away with it, we'll know because, I mean, just look at what COVID was. It was a control over the movement of people, shutting down business, restructuring business to if you made it, you made it. If you failed, sorry, kind of thing. And when the next big economic collapse happens, they're not going to print money for it like they did with COVID. So the pandemic was to artificially increase the money supply so much to bring chaos to the world that nobody would pay attention to because they're giving the people fake free money. But when the real collapse happens, the real deal, in October, that time frame, you're going to see they're not going to print money. They're not going to respond with creating more money supply. They're just going to allow the system to just completely self-cannibalize itself. And the ones who are prepared for it, they're going to be better than the ones who aren't aware of anything we're talking about. But the other problem is the people who are aware of what we're talking about are going to live between now and then with a choice. Do you want to be resentful and hate this ruling class, or do you want to fucking change your life and figure shit out and make your life prepared for that day? So I urge people, like, if you're going to waste every day between now and then knowing this truth and you're just going to allow them to come and change your reality for you, you could probably turn this energy into creative energy and do something to prepare yourself so that when that day comes, you're living your best life, And I've met plenty of people where they say that the pandemic time was actually the most transformational, enlightening, and beautiful time of their whole life because it gave them a reset, Yeah, it sucked. It sucked to not be able to travel or to not be able to do certain things, but now it's like the cat's out of the bag, like the New World Order doesn't give a fuck about being in secret anymore. They're just here to show you. They're here to show you how it rolls. And so with that being said, I just hope that people get motivated by our work to go do their work, to go take action and help their communities rather than just being like keyboard warriors, complaining and bitching and moaning in the comment section. It's like either spread love in the comment section. Like, you spread love, that's how it's going to work. Criticism's welcome, but spread love. Like, that's what matters most right now.
That's my ethos. Watches my channel. This is what I do. You bang on, brother. You bang on. I was just thinking, do you with these timelines and all of these things that already planned in the future, do they take into account like obviously the calendar changes, like from Gregorian to Juliana and the royal family, for example, with the Jubilees, they're still on Juliana. The Freemasons are as well, so they're not on the same date. That's why the Queen has two birthdays, an official birthday, in the Earth realm, but we got this Juliana date. So there's that common era calendar switch. And I noticed as well, another important thing that happens every single reset, like what's happening now, is a monarch dies. There's usually an astrological event, a comet, like you just said with the Pluto. Sometimes they use Halley or another astronomical event. A monarch will always die, and Prince Philip just died, and the Queen's been dead since, I don't know, she's been dead a while. So that's
so your question is about taking into account other calendars and other yes, so absolutely. And I love that you brought this up because I've shown people through the etymology, like the calendar that we're using, the Gregorian
two months as well, 2 added months by the Romans as well.
Exactly. So July and August for Julius Augustus.
So that's why October is Oct. Yeah, it's not, is it? Because
exactly. Yeah,
it was Oct
exactly.
the 8th month. So what's going on there?
Exactly. And September, and why this matters so much for my work, because that Rosh Hashanah time period and where it aligns with Shemitah. So septagon is a 7-sided figure. And like you just said, you have the octagon, and then you have the nonagon, and then you have the you know, so deca, or just deci or dechi. It's a decimal place because it removes you by 1 over, right?
Yep.
So that's the 10. And this whole system has been corrupted accordingly, but it doesn't actually matter too much. You just have to pay attention to the Hebrew calendar if you want to know like why it's moving in the sequence it's moving, because the Hebrew calendar is following the lunar cycle. Okay. It's not just following the sun. And this whole cult that runs the world is very obsessed with Helios. They're very obsessed with the sun, but they're really they're obsessed with the eclipsing of the sun.
Saturn.
And yeah, well, this has everything to do with the mythologies. Like the Saturn character is Father Time, the timekeeper, the one that's keeping you here in this.
Yeah,
exactly. So there's a lot going on here with but Saturn's for us, brother. Like Saturn is our guy. Like the lesson that we learn from Saturn is to take this life experience this life like a child. Don't take this place too fucking seriously.
That's
like
the
if
fucking key. That is the key.
Yes.
Like, everyone's
so as
having
father,
a miserable time because they're not doing that. That's brilliant.
So Saturn's role is not like, it's not bad, and people have, a lot of the truthers have demonized because people love to create duality systems, and when you're stuck in duality consciousness, you're still stuck in groupthink, because groupthink is my group is right and your group is wrong. Yep, exactly. So Saturn is Father Time, who is the Grim Reaper, like you just said. And that is why in Judaism and a lot of the Abrahamic, cults, they look up to Saturn as their like level 1 deity of the physical realm.
Right.
But the spirit realm is Jupiter. He's the king of gods. He is whenever you see people say Jesus, they're talking about Zeus, which is Jupiter.
Yeah.
So Jupiter and Saturn are like the supreme deities of this show that we are dealing with, and that's us, right? It's Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, Mars. Like those 4 we're always having to kind of learn, and the more we learn about them and their role in our existence, you can start to see like why the Abrahamic religions and the modern religions worship these deities subconsciously, like unconsciously. They don't even know they're doing this, but they are. And once they read their into their mythologies a little bit more, they'll see that this is all kind of manifested from the cosmos and the luminaries down to earth. So it's like they're extracting their truth from the cosmos and putting it at the base level to be a control grid over the human thought, right? So one last thing to say about Mercury that's pretty important, and where it ties into my work, is Mercury is the god of commerce, the god of but what I like to focus on as a deeper thinker is he is the voice between the mortals and the gods. He is who rules this domain. So below the firmament dome, that is ruled by Mercury. So we have to deal with Mercury, and Mercury is all about fake money. And we have access to the positive aspect of Mercury through wisdom. So when we get our wisdom through Mercury, we start to see how this show works, which is a big currency system. That's why the elite, the people who run this planet, they use us to harvest our energy, because our energy is a currency. It's a food to them. So Mercury as the voice between us and the gods, we can use him as a translator to have a conversation with the divine, with our creation. So this is big kind of, thinking here. And I know a lot of people, they are going to quickly move to a negative aspect of a deity. Like people would say Saturn is Satan, or Mercury is the god of commerce, and commerce is evil because I've been taught it is. But when you start to break down deeper, you learn that energy is a currency to these people that are running this show. They look at you not for money. They don't need your money. They print it. They print it out of thin air. Like the Rothschilds don't need to tax you. They allow you to believe in taxation. That's a totally different fucking system.
It's crazy, isn't it?
They are not taxing you.
Ow.
Yes.
I know.
So you see how beautiful it is when you break it down into like the real truth of the matter. It's not that they need your money. They don't need your money. They print it. They created fake money. So why do you think they need your
Shit.
fake money? Your money has no value to them. What has value to
Yes.
them is things
Big
like
point.
adrenochrome and organ meat. And this is what, like, to just be real with people. That's why paintings have been given such immense value, because paintings are an exchange system for human trafficking at the high level. They're using these really like expensive paintings to
Right.
basically that's the contract behind the dark shit that they're doing. So this is a tax loophole. It's a way of hiding the transaction altogether because there's no money involved. It's just the fucking painting, and people don't see this.
Shit. I just watched
and-
a film last week with an aircraft crashed and all it was carrying. It was called basically Airport 77. I don't know if you've heard of that film.
No, I haven't.
Right. And they were carrying all masterpieces in its cargo. And
Yeah.
they were more worried about that than the humans. But
Oh,
I'm
of
wondering
course.
if it might be, they're just just trying to tell us something there.
So
maybe.
it's multifaceted, right? The painting and the architecture and all these things that came from the old world, they hold the stories and the truths of the old world. That's where they're hiding. That's what we need to decode. But besides that, they're using those things as the highest physical item of exchange that could possibly exist. That's why you would never see, like, if an invasion happened of a place, they would preserve these buildings of Antiquitech. They wouldn't destroy them. They have no desire to.
Look, they destroyed Cologne Cathedral, mind you. It's absolutely fine. It's damaged a bit, but it's not destroyed.
Well, everything they damage, they have a
Bombing.
reason for. So when they did Notre Dame, they had a reason for it. It happened on a fire ritual date. It was designed on purpose to happen that day. They gave the reason to distract people, but at the end of it all, it's not just about the building steeple or the tower of the building. It's about the place it sits on, like these
Agreed.
cathedrals, they're burying their most important people below them. They're, and I know your community would know so much about this. So it's beautiful that you've exposed this to the planet and kind of like help people see
I
that.
covered it when it happened. And the weird thing is everyone turns up in my comments saying, you were talking about this all last week. The spire I was covering the week before. And then like a week later, it's burning down. I crank up live saying, hey guys, look what I was talking about, right? But then I also said on that live vlog, I said, well, that'll go. I said, they'll probably just put a glass dome on it like they did with the Reichstag. Probably
Exactly.
having plant a load of trees. Then have all trees and probably bees in there, I said as well, just joking. And like literally like weeks later, they're saying all the money that they gathered, they're going to put a glass dome on it. They're having having loads of pretty trees and they're going to have bees as well. I was like, well,
it's a very important date, right? It's the Boston bombing date, the sinking of the Titanic, the
Boston, that's what I was thinking, yeah, as well.
Yep.
I
so
included in my book events that happened during satanic dates, and I give you a little rundown on some of the really bad things that have happened in history, and they turn out that they correspond with like important dates on like the satanic calendar, like solstices and different times.
And most of that switches around anyways because it follows the moon, right? So they're doing it on the full moon. I was just going to say,
at the end of it, it all goes back to the moon, the luminaries. It all goes back to everything that they're doing. These elites or the powers that should not be is determined by what's happening up there.
Yes, precisely.
That's
That's why, like, again, it's the reason I name my channel this. I don't name my channel Watersabove because I'm a flat earther. I have no desire to be grouped together with anyone. I do believe that our realm is stationary. I do believe that it is not a ball spinning in outer space with curved water. But it's just kind of
NASA's a bit silly as well, isn't
it? Right. Well, I don't need to explain that. I don't need to explain that to our communities, but it's definitely unfortunate because people, they see my name, they assume instantaneously where I stand on like everything just because of my name. And I love to let people know, like it's way deeper than that. And what we choose to be categorized in, I think, is very harmful for humanity. Like when all of our life's work can be brought down and diluted into Martin is a flat earther, that's where we have the
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. So like people like us, you know, like whatever name system people want to call me, I'm fine with that. I can never tell somebody how they should visualize me, but what I carry myself in is like an infinite thinker. Like I'm just here to
Same.
explore all the truths and to resonate with other people who have
I don't know
a
what
truth
this
that
place
resonates with me.
is. I don't know. The more I know, the more I don't know. I don't know what this place is. I know
Yeah.
it's malleable. It seems fake as shit. It looks like a really poor copy of what I used to live in.
Yeah.
Personal experience. That's what I'm thinking.
I love
The
that.
perfection gave it away. And the, you know, from some of the things that I've literally done in my life and put to practice, like, you know, changing the world sort of things, that it's the world is literally our oyster. If we work out, get the vibration right, and like you said, with full loving intent, unconditional loving intent, then it can't go wrong. And then the universe will just work it all out. It's just weird and like magic is what it's like. And they know this as well. And this is what they use against us with the symbols and the sigils and all of the brainwashing things that are all over every item you see every single day, and you don't even know it. The whole thing.
Yes.
And it all has an imprint on consciousness. You know, symbols are very important with consciousness, like, you know, having a sickle, swastika, the big sort of imprint on consciousness.
But I urge everyone, though, I always urge everyone, when there's a demonized symbol, go look at the origin of that symbol and where it came from. So this way you could extract a deeper truth, and then you're no longer.
The swastika. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
it's
exactly. And I have to come across that quite a bit in my live streams and stuff, where people I think I talked about this on my last live stream, actually, where somebody kept bringing up Nazis and swastika and all of this, and I just told them, like, you know, first of all, they're the Nationalist Socialist Party. Second of all, it's a completely designed narrative to make you feel a specific way, and that feeling that you have is always supposed to be negative. So there you go. They're just harvesting energy for you and putting you in a negative state. And the symbol itself is Ursa Major at every equinox and every solstice, and how it operates around Polaris. So what we're seeing that we're calling the swastika is actually just a lunar phenomenon, or a luminary phenomenon. And we should accept it as energy. Like, it is something that they have used in their favor to harvest and utilize energy. So these beings that we call the Nazis, like, just doing all of that shit, like that propaganda of like belittling and making it so negative. And I'm not here to say that
it's all dark energy to it. The whole thing, the whole narrative behind, you know, the whole, you know, the Vrillian thing, you know, and you know, the whole narrative to what they were up to.
I tell people, watch yourself with just going, like, yes, there's something nefarious, yes, there's something deep, but don't give up on this negative side of it, because they want you to feel negative, they want you to feel sad, they want you to fear it, so you never want to learn it. You can never learn from something you fear, because you're scared to fucking go up to it, you're scared to embrace it. So that's the way it goes. Like, if you study why most people have a bad relationship with their parents, it's because they fear their parents. They fear their opinions, they fear the way that they were treated, and this is multi-generational trauma. Their parents did this to them, their parents, and it keeps going and going and going. And I have a beautiful relationship with my mom. And I was telling her the other day, like, you want to know why me and you get together, like, and have such a good time? Because I'm not afraid of you. I love you. A lot of people actually fear their parents, and they say they love them, but it's the fear of, like, God. You know, that same thing that they tell you?
Weird.
That's bullshit. You respect an individual out of fear, you will never learn from them, because you fear yourself if you're respecting someone out of fear. It's like having a slave master, right? So when you no longer fear someone, it allows the energy and the vibrational frequency to actually love them, not this fake love title of love, you know? That's why the marriage process has rings and all this Saturnalian shit, because they're tying you down to the physical. They want you to remember, like, they want you to never take note of the things you could remember, which is that you're an infinite being of light, of consciousness. So,
they do that.
You know, the message of today between me and Martin, I actually have to go soon, Martin.
So you're saying, we're coming to 2.5 hours, but
I feel like
that.
I feel like I could chat with you forever, brother.
Well, we'll look up again soon.
Anyway. But I just want to let everyone know, like the premise behind my work, and I assume also Martin's on the same frequency, is like truth can be packaged with love. Truth doesn't have to include a package deal of fear and pointing fingers and the blame game, and like you should be grateful for your truth and love in that process, and that's what will create community, and that's what will create the expansion of our truth. If we want to deliver truth or exist in our truth in a state of division, well then how the fuck are we going to how are we going to perpetuate our power in this game? We have the ability to not be subordinate. We have the power to not be that. And the only way we could be that is through this basic thing, being together, not division.
Yeah. Yeah. And what are we going to do with that truth? We need to do the right thing with this truth. Yeah. So that, that needs to be thought about as well, because this truth, all of this, paradigm being an absolute bullshit fiction stage show, and there's people in it like got roles apparently, and it all just like a Shakespeare play, winds out, frost row at the end, and then reset. I keep telling you over and over in nearly all the Shakespeare's how this shit goes down. So, once they do a stage set, reset, and then bring on the new people and the whole new thing, none of this will even matter. So, like, people really worry about bullshit when at the end of the day, none of it even really matters. It doesn't. It doesn't even matter. You don't even know what you're like, what you are. You don't even know if you're alive. You don't even know what reality is. We might not even be the human experience. It might be something else.
Hey man, like I think what's going to happen to us is when we pass on, when the apocalypse happens, me and you are probably going to this is what it's going to be, okay? We're going to be sitting in a fucking room and we're going to take the headset off.
Mate,
we're going to we're going to take the VR headset off and we're going to take a sip of water cuz we're going to be dehydrated, and we're going to look at the clock, and it's going to be like 4 minutes have passed and we called it a life. And it's just going to be that simulated chapter. Yeah. And then we're going to look at each other and go, holy shit, we really cared so much that whole time about what? Like, what did we, because we were jacked in. And like when
dream, yeah, again,
but I'm just, but it's like we see the symbolism all the time. Like, look at that 2001 Space Odyssey movie, like, where it's just like, what is our reality, man? And like, why believe while we're here in everything but self? Like, this is what I say all the time. I say, I trust everyone, but I only believe in myself. Because by trusting everyone, I manifest abundance. If I shut down my trust for everything, then how could I ever receive? Right? So you need to trust. You must. Okay. But when you believe in self, you become self-empowered, and you have a vibrational frequency that will attract a positive type of being into your life. When you hate yourself and you hate everything around you, of course you can't trust anyone, because the shit you manifest is shit. Right?
You're right.
Think about it. Like when you love thyself, when you know thyself, when you know thy realm, and you allow it all to be, like, it's not knowing doesn't mean the end of the journey, right? It's just a process. And the expansion is what I seek. And I don't see any expansion in the world happening because everyone trusts nobody and they don't believe in themselves. So all the energy that they're attracting is coming at that lower vibration. But when people unlock the power of what they're capable of, when they know thyself, when they love themselves truthfully, and remember, you can't love and fear simultaneously. You can't be scared shitless of somebody and also say you love them. Like, I mean, that's not how this works. That's how you're going to develop secrets. That's how you're going to be shady. That's how you're going to do shit, because you don't believe they'll accept you. And that's basic, right? But anyways, to get back on track, I think this is a beautiful conversation starter, right? Like me and you doing this on the whim. I only talked to you maybe like 2 or 3 days ago. Yeah, and we made this podcast happen pretty randomly as well. So it's it's beautiful. It's beautiful to have
synchronicity
come together with
you. This is consciousness in effect. This is the way it should be. But like, everyone's got their different version of reality, and everyone's experiencing life in a different way, and everyone's got different backgrounds, and everyone's got different world views, how they see the world. But I think everybody, who's on the truth path, we all essentially want the same thing. I think we do. I think we all want to be loved. I think we all want to be love. And I think that, you know, because of this sick system, you know, everyone seems to have got lost. But I think now with this awakening, this undergoing, people are finding their way back home. And that's where that trust is there, brother, then, with that, when we're coming back home, you know, that feeling of being again, you know, the way we were before, outside of like that bullshit, fake fear. I can't even believe how much of my life I wasted with fake fear about things that weren't even real. You know, nuclear bombs or, you know, gamma ray bursts. Not that I was worried about them, but, you know, just all of the bullshit they used to tell me. I literally would make myself ill, and it would change my life. And now I'm
Well,
finding out later in life that I was believing nonsense.
think about also simultaneously how much we slow ourselves down with fake love. Like, think about all the people that we thought, like, think about all the bullshit arguments we've gotten into with people that, like, they're gone now. And like, we wasted our time. We wasted and slowed our experience down because we had fake love, you know? Real love, real lack of fear, and that is what I'm all about. And I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to be agreeable. Like, I'm here to attract love. I'm here to attract like something that's bigger and beyond what comes with the indoctrination that I've been told what a friend or what a parent or what a girlfriend or any of those titles are. Like, once you transcend into that vibrational frequency where you're allowing everyone to be and live their own truth with no strings attached, no transactional necessities, you start to see that this could be something where we could really build together. We could really do something great. But I believe that we slow ourselves down way too much, and we prevent so much glory through fake love.
That's so true. I think about it. Yeah, we do. We slow ourselves right on. What a waste. What a waste of an experience as well. Like you said, though, you know, I personally speaking, I think I was existing, you know, for a lot of my life in the interim periods and not really living, you know, but that's part of the system, isn't it? Families, being married, if you like, and all the rest of it, you know. So
yeah, and your life doesn't begin when you're born. Your life doesn't end when you die. Your life begins when you realize that you were existing, and now you can make a choice to live.
Yeah.
And that could happen at 30 years old. That could happen at 50. It doesn't fucking matter what age you are. The age is just it's just a number. Time is make believe.
Yeah, no shame.
So if we're aware of these constructs, then break out of them. Like, don't let them be the prison bars to our reality, you know. And I believe that starts with groupthink is absolutely a huge piece of our podcast. Like, having people just self-reflect, like, where do they decide to be a part of the cult? And this requires a lot of soul searching, right? Because some people get offended. But I've been part of many cults in my life. I've been part of the cult of music. I've been part of the cult of you know, technology. I've been part of the cult of diet and nutrition.
In my case, I was a NASA fanboy. I was a heliocentric fanatic.
And that's what but then look at that, right? Again, that is a reflection. Like, we need to walk through the mud, right? And we get to make a choice on the other side. Like, how did I feel when I was existing in lies? How did I feel when I was believing in someone else's truth?
I knew there was something up. I always knew there was something wrong with this place. Right. And a lot of the questions that I had then, and I would just stare at things and trying to, you know, literally having like an experience of something's off about this. What is it?
Yeah. All of your mistakes and all of your failures were your greatest choices.
No shit. It makes us who we are, though. You get to a point there when, you know, you just don't want to put up. You get to a point in my life you just don't want to put up with the bullshit. And I'm the type of person that's like, I'm not confrontational. I do not like to argue and row. I leave the room. I just can't be joining people with their negative energy, the weirdness and all the rest of it. I'm just not doing that. I'm just not doing that with my experience. You know, I'm going to keep calm. I want to chill and just to be me. You know,
Yeah,
like
be the main character. Be the main character in your movie. Like, don't let anyone else siphon your gas from you. Like, you worked fucking hard to get this gas tank full. You sacrificed a lot of currency in the process. Now you have this thing, this vessel of energy. Like, don't let anyone break you down in that process. Like, don't let anyone siphon your gas. And if you want to let someone take some of your gas, make it very expensive. And I'm not talking about money. I'm not talking about money.
I know what you're talking about, brother.
This is about energy. Like when you have someone in your life that you could tell it's fake love and that they're not there for transaction and consciousness and being a part of what you're about. You know, they're just there to be self-absorbed and to take from you. That's a parasite. And I'm not here to demean anyone or to call anyone out, but it just is what it is. We do this all the time. And when we start to notice that we're acting this way, allow it to be a reflection so that you can be like, oh shit, like I've been fucking this one up. Like I've been treating this one person this way and this one person this way. You're putting on a different fucking mask for every character in your video game because you're not the main character in your video game. Once you become the main character in the simulation, when you choose to be that, now you can actually consciously look at how you've been treating everyone. Why do you think you're treated the way you're treated? It's because of the way you treat them. And then it's the characters you allow into your reality. All the horrible things that happen to us, we're allowing them, like in one way or another. And we have to make a choice. Like, do we want this to leave a stain on our consciousness, or do we want to let this be something that is a lesson? I choose to make it something where I'm empowered by it.
Empowered to learn by it and be grateful for it as well, and not be tainted, like you just said. Stay in grace.
Look at the way the body works, right, brother? Like when you fall and hurt yourself, the bruise that develops is your body healing. It's starting to show you the process of healing. Like when you detoxify, when you take a water fast or a dry fast or whatever, the reason you might move into sickness during that fast is because your body is flushing out toxins. It's getting rid of toxins.
You feel
exactly. When you're a heroin addict and you stop taking that heroin, you go through those withdrawals because your body is fucking healing you. Okay, so all of this creation that has ever come into our reality is through the process of pain. A woman needs to go through extreme pains to bring into a person, to bring a body into this matrix, right? And that's why something early on that they speak about in the Bible is the birth pains. But don't take it as birth, guys. Like, take it as the deeper perspective that I just shared. Like, you see the philosophical advantage to that, not just the story. It's like you could apply this ideology to many aspects of your reality. This pain, that's passion, right? Passion is pain. It's something you love, and you're so gravitated towards it, and you just need to be a part of it, and you will be willing to self-sacrifice in the process. It's not that it has to be a bad thing or a good thing. It's just that's your purpose. Whatever you decide to put your most attention into and your most energy is the thing that you're here to do. And if you do it and you suck at it and you hate it in the process, then go fucking learn from that experience. Don't bitch and moan and say you suck. Just say, okay, well, I guess this isn't for me and I got to move on. Like, you know, like, and some people, that's why a lot of people choose to have a mundane existence, because it's so much easier. It is so much easier to be a follower, right? It's so much easier to just not for you. You don't speak this language. You speak the language of creators. And that's why when someone tells you, hey, Martin, put on a mask, you're like, go fuck yourself, right? Because they're not speaking your language. They're speaking some extraterrestrial nonsense to you.
I can't do it. And I'm terrible at having anyone telling me what to do. Oh, it makes me nuts. It's like, you know, it's like
authority is for groupthink. Authority isn't for freedom.
If everyone's walking the one way, I'm like, all right, well, I'm going the other way. Or not even that way. I'm going to jump over that way.
And that's a key. That's a key investment principle as well for people who want to get better at, like, you know, money and all of that. It's like when everyone's happy, like, get sad because shit's about to get, like, you know, weird. When you're in an investment, it's like when everyone's greedy, you want to be fearful, and when everyone's fearful and scared shitless, that's a buying opportunity. Like humans in the mass conversation are emotional beings. Like a human is a skeleton with emotions, you know? Like that's really all we are at the end of it. If you want to be tapped into conversations like this, well, it will require a lot of energy. Like if an average person off the streets heard what the fuck we were talking about right now, they would be like short circuiting, you know? Like their mind wouldn't even be able to keep up, you know, because they weren't put here to have that experience. They were here to have a different type of experience, one that doesn't seek exploration and the desire to know, one that just exists under someone else's rule, you know. They're a you know, and I don't want to
sports page and that's it. Yeah.
But anyways, brother, it's 4:00 where I am. I actually
I'm getting on 2 and I'll put this up probably tomorrow night now, Jordan, on my channel.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate you so much. And I guess you're anyone who finds me, it's Watersabove Crypto, and
I'll link you up and everything anyway. So make sure to go and subscribe to Jordan, guys. Okay, you'll be back. We'll have some more philosophical and some more just basically no plan, just talking. That's been absolutely fantastic. I feel most energized by all of that, I must admit. Really good.
Beautiful. That's what it's all about, brother.
So right, well, have a good day, whatever you're doing. I've just been on the boat all day and just jumped straight on here, so I'm gonna have a nice cup of tea now.
Awesome. Well, I want to let your community know that I have a lot of love for all you guys, and I appreciate you. And I hope you're all having a beautiful day. And for anyone who's from my community, I would love for you guys to say hi to Martin and join his next live stream, because I've learned so much from his live streams, and you know, really have a lot of inspiration that you've given me from your work. So it's all love, and I'm grateful for you. All right, brother. I'll talk to you soon. Much love.
All right then. Thanks, Jordan. Catch up soon, mate. Thanks to subscribers, Watersabove people. See you soon. Well, that was good. Totally enjoyed that. Straight on that, 541 in view. It stayed around 500 plus right the way through the almost 3 hours of that. I have been live since 8:30. It's 1 o'clock. 4 hours. What you reckon then? I know. Very, very juicy. I very much enjoyed that interview. And that's why it was up on a Flatterday night. It was, solid guest, Culver Zero. Yeah, man. Totally clued up. That's someone I can deal with. Smart. That was awesome. Oh, thanks, Ginger Green. It's good to see you. Thanks to everybody. Anyway, tonight's been feeling really special. It really have. I know I've been away for a while. Things been fucking stupid, crazy. But everything's for a purpose, as you know, guys, and everything works out for some reason or other. To reach this magical point, which is fantastic. 521 of you in total. 4 hours and a half I've been going. Holy shit, ski. Oh, Yod, thank you for your lovely comments and all the fun and vibration you brought to this wonderful chat feed. Thank you so much. Increasing prana. I hope so. Bane Bear, good to see you as well. Thanks for popping by, bringing your vibration. Yeah, Daniel, thanks for your input. Spirit levels, freaking awesome. Been very, very enthusiastic throughout this entire show. You have. Good on you. I hope you enjoyed yourself, all of you. Anyway, that's what we intend on Flat Earth British. Okay, not doing any of that mopey stuff. Dallas Fowler, he's clapping. Yay, Curious Squirrel, Laurie, spectacular. It is super spectacular. Chris been excited as well. He's been well loved up as Chris. He's been giving us all loves. Just give Chris Mazden some loves back. And Kenneth, who's 111 in? Genesis 111. Green herb is good, it says in the Bible. Yeah, fucking Bible knows a few things. Got that right. Esley, good to see you. Toodles, Rob, and any lurkers. No, I know you all watch me. Say ta-ra. Say ta-ra to all the community and everybody. Come on, you know you want. You Crash. Come on. You'd be welcomed with warm, hugging arms around you. Bex, evil can't stand up to fight. No, it's a pussy, Bex. It can only influence the mind. It can try, Bex. It can try. Frankie, good to see you. D Vortex, good to see you. Thanks for your input and all tonight. And everybody who's popped over from Jordan Watersabove Crypto's channel. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Got someone who's actually proper awake to listen to on your channel. There he is there, Jordan. Appreciate you all. Much love. Thanks, Jordan. That was a fantastic chat. Really enjoyed every minute of that. Good, isn't it? Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. Fly. It's a bit level again. Okay, Missy is there. And I'm going to go because I've been on for 4.5 hours. That's quite long. Jilly. There you are. Come back on a Flatterday in style. Okay. Big, really long one. Any word? Good to see you. Yeah, it's got a fair few subscribers. Has George an itch? Oh, Little Wing. I've seen a photograph of you today, Little Wing Fiona. You look lovely. What's the name of the guest channel? It's Watersabove Crypto. Who gives advice and helps people out. So that's his mission. Mum Love saves Harry Potter. I don't like Harry Potter stuff. I know somebody who does. Yeah, normies, they won't cope. Their heads would go splat all over the wall. It would be very messy affair. What are they saying? They start to swallow their tongue. He's just a mess. Don't even tell them. And a literalist, good to see you. Wear masks for your loved ones. I hope you're being sarcastic. In the wrong fucking place for that. Just saying. Just saying. As truthers, we're a feisty bunch. We're not easily bossed around by televisions. Not that any of us actually got televisions, but if we did, we wouldn't be bossed around by it, that's for sure. And not that fat, scruffy head dickhead who's in fucking power, yeah? What's his name? Boris. I'm funny, in Batman. Was it in Batman? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was in Men in Black. Yeah, Boris was like a super criminal. You know, I'm better than me when he has another Boris from another dimension. Don't worry about it anyway. 4Jacks, thank you for your kindnesses. Anybody else? Say Taran now because I gotta go. Okay. I'm not Super Martin. Todd. Well, you know what I mean. Okay. Jonathan, good to see you. Kampala. Yeah, it was a great stream. I'm very grateful. Love. Good to see you. And Dennis Fowler, I've said that. Okay then, guys. 111 Mel Sand. Okay, Nostart you all. Okay. Send your love to Brian back in from Laneckley and everybody else. Have a great week. I'll be back in a few days. I'm working on something very special for you all, guys. But until it's complete, I'm not going to bring it to you. But I can assure you it's going to break this place. Thanks, Martinliedtke. Have a great evening. Thank you, FE Nation. Much love to you all. Boom Shanka. May the seeds of your loins be forever fruitful in the belly of your woman. Thank you, Alex. She likes Crystal Gale. Don't it make your brown eyes blue? Because I just mentioned Van Morrison's Brown Eyed Girl. I was listening to it the other day, and it's a reset song. 100% reset song. If you listen to it in reset mentality, it's like, oh, why didn't I see it before? I thought it was all about love and that. They're always talking about the bigger picture, you know? Queen always do that. They was talking about, like, the reset. Nearly in every fucking track, actually. There you are. Brian from Laneckley, spirit level. I think he's probably crashed out by now. It is late in Wales land. We are looking at, I'll tell you what, in a couple of seconds, I'll turn this show off when it hits 111. Because that would seem proper for such a magical night, wouldn't it? So, Nostar sounds German, don't it? They says, when I was in Czech Republic, they says, like, Nostar. It's almost Nostar. And it's like good luck. Just saying, like, good luck to somebody or something. So, there's a lot of similar words. It's really weird. Not really. So, Rosemary Rowley. Flat fumage, double flat fumage to infinity thrice. And make sure to subscribe to Jordan's channel. Good, Jordan. And make sure to subscribe to Flat Earth British. Me, just coming up to the 550,000 subscribers on this channel. Sounds like a lot, that, doesn't it? Ding! It is a lot. I'm bigger than Cardiff City Football Club right now. PJ, good to see you. Yeah. Hippie shake. Thank you, Teresa, for all the linkages and all the help you do. You're a very, very good moderator. If I ever do have an award ceremony, which I will never have, by the way, you can win an award for my favorite bestest moderator. So there you are. We did it hypothetically. So not that it'll ever happen in the future. I'm just saying it just did and it happened. Okay, there's no physical actual trophy or anything. There may be in the future. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Squirrel. You're voted twin best moderator for patrolling like a true fucking legend all these years. How many years you been with me now, Square? Huh? Think about it. When I did that Crow 777 interview, the first words out of my mouth when Crow 777 puts the phone down was, "Wagwan, Square." When I reverted straight back into myself. Do you remember that? How many years ago was that? Crow 777 was on my channel. 5 years ago, something like that. You know, I think you was there for Quasi Luminous as well, wasn't you? God, I've had them all. PK Truth, I've had them all on my channel at one stage, haven't I? All of them. Anyway, yeah, it was a long time ago now, Square. Anyway, I got to go instead of reminiscing. Don't want to get all fucking emotional and weep my eyes on you all. That'll be ridiculous. Grown man. Anyway, Deborah, good to see you. Anyway, thanks, Three Fingers, brother. Much love to you. Much love to you and the Myrtle crowd and everybody else. Anyway, I got to go. I missed 111. It's got the 112. Anyway, peace and love. Be good and don't do anything I wouldn't do.